Nihon Nights, a modern-day Vampire the Masquerade chronicle set in the prefecture of Chiba, Japan. I have to give you all a content warning for this week as well, so please be prepared for a scene of self-mutilation later on. Kotri do not need to awaken, as they are still awake from last week, but I will introduce Daisy Moonchild of Clan Ravnos, played by Miss Hutz. Elias of Clan Salubri, played by the very sexy Noscavian. Marcelina of Clan Hakata, played by the wonderful Rissa Rave. Slip of Clan Nosferatu, inventor of the slip and slide, played by Vamp Daddy, who really enjoys his own stream when he gets the hang of these maths games. Kenun of the Gaki, played by Daybreakathon, who is surviving Skyrim.
Yeah, barely.
We begin where we left off last week. The Kotri have been confronted by the Scourge, a being dressed in a rusted brown-coloured samurai-like armour. In his clawed, armoured hands he holds a large naginata by his side. He slowly and deliberately strides to the side of the car, unfazed by the torrential downpour of rain. His free hand slowly rises, beckoning to the passengers inside, but Shoes shudder back in and waves him on. He turns his hand to reveal, engraved upon the bare skin of his palm, is the kanji symbol Uji, Prince, and points to a parked people carrier on the side of the road. He hands a pamphlet to the standing Kotri for Narita Temple. What would you all like to do?
I'm not high enough for this.
Right. Well, I think our choices are rather limited. Let's go in the car.
Should I go talk to him and see if we can help him with anything?
No, I think the best and most efficient thing is if we all get into the people carrier. Quickly and silently. And see what the prince wants.
It's the prince.
It's the prince.
Oh.
Elias would nod and he'd get into the people carrier.
Same.
I think, yeah, the minute that Slip is like, oh, Marcelina just gives him a look of like, we gotta. Like there's very few options here. We gotta go. And she'll follow suit into the car. You too, Kenu. Come on.
Yeah, Kenun follows along. His body language, he's clearly itching for a fight, but contained, polite, reserved, as usual.
Yeah, I would have followed Elias.
I take it Marcelina takes a driving position?
Hey, sure. I assumed the prince was in the car, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming too.
Yeah, I'll take the driver's side. I know where the prince lives.
Marcelina takes the driver's position, while the rest of the Kotri place themselves inside the people carrier. As the car drives through the empty, practically desolate road, cutting through the heavy rain, is there anything you'd like to talk about as you head towards the Prince's Haven in Narita Temple?
Question, is the Scourge in the car with us, or
No.
Did he go off? Okay.
He just stood by the road and just watched you go.
Ah, wonderful. Okay. Well. Any ideas of what this might be about?
Well, I suppose we did just come from a ball of the Gaki. Perhaps the prince wants us to talk to him about our experience?
Let's hope that's what's happening here. Fuck, I should have brought my guns. Well,
The prince did tell us to do that thing. He told us to help the Gaki, so now that we're done, he probably wants a report, I would assume. Maybe.
yeah, safe to say. I certainly hope that's the case. Marcelina's pretty much like, her eyes are on the road, but her, you could probably see it in her expression. She's like going down checklists of like, what could the prince want from us after the excursion into Gaki territory, other than a report, because she doesn't think this could be done in a letter. You know what I'm saying? In an email.
This Zoom meeting could be done in an email, yeah.
Right, exactly. So like, she doesn't trust that it's just for a report. But she'll drive, to the temple where he's at.
The people carrier parks up in the car park at the top of the winding, narrow road that leads down to Narita Temple's entrance. The rain has cleared, and only the odd large cloud rests in the sky. The moon shines brightly in the sky, but catching the Coven's eye is an ominous burning red star, Wormwood, the sign of Gehenna. The coterie make their way down the road. The close-together shops seem to bear in on the travelling Coven until they finally come to the magnificent gate, the entrance to the temple's courtyard. They enter into the courtyard, walking through the large open area usually filled with market stalls, and ascend the steep stone stairs. A fish pond stands next to them. Rough stone slabs have been laid out, forming the pond's bout borders. Intermixed with the slate stone are small gravestones with kanji written upon them. As they reach the top of the stairs, they are surrounded by pagodas, spaced out by loose stone pebbles. The quiet night surrounds them as they stand aimlessly in the middle of the large area. Before allowing them any time to decide their next move, guards dressed all in black seem to step out of nowhere and surround the coterie, blocking their vision, preventing them from seeing anything but the encirclement, until the circle opens, revealing a path before them lined with countless guards that leads them towards a majestic seeming ancient building. Intricate carved details line the roof, and the coterie enter into the large hall, take their shoes off in the entranceway, and proceed forward onto the tatami-covered floor and approach the prince. The prince has once more changed, no longer bearing a face similar to the kanji symbol for death. Instead, an elegant androgynous that oozes danger wrapped in a plain silk crimson kimono. Sit before me, all of you.
Yeah, Marcelina, as she's sitting, does a quick head count of who's in the room. As is her sort of practice.
It is just you and the prince. The building is lined with mirrors, though, giving a very weird impression of the room. You're unable to tell how large this room actually is.
Okay. Alright then. Yeah, she'll take a seat.
Daisy will sit down quickly like a kid in trouble. Like, bow, and go run over and sit.
Elias would follow suit. He'd proceed forward, give a respectful bow, and then sit down.
Flip is going to mirror Daisy's energy.
Yeah, Kenun will sit, but with the slight bit of hesitation of like, I'm doing this because I chose to.
I see new faces, and fewer faces than before. Start with the Clan of the Hidden. I know you not by sight, but perhaps by name.
Marcelina will look at Slip with a, like, you.
Hello. I go by Slip. I'm at your service, of course.
Slip. I have been told of you. You were accepted under the previous prince. As such, you also have my permission to remain here, as part of the Camarilla.
Oh, your grace. Words cannot express my gratitude, so I won't use any.
Good.
Marcelina grins a little, but then will say, Slip here has been taken on by our dear Violet as her child.
That is how I know the name.
And she'll give like a tiny, bow.
With the exception of the independent Hecata, if you are not part of the Camarilla, then you are an anarch, and as such you are subject to be a blood hunt. Do you understand, Slip?
Oh, yes. Loud and clear. You shall not have to repeat yourself now or ever.
Do not presume to tell me what I can and cannot do in my own domain.
Yep. Duly chastised.
If Marcelina could reach out and grab Slip, she would in this moment, but she remains still.
If you do not work for the Camarilla and me, then you cannot be trusted. I think Marcelina here would be one of the first to pounce upon you and devour your soul if I declared a blood hunt on you. In short, you either join the Camarilla officially, or you do not leave this place tonight.
Oh. How would I join it officially?
I allow it.
Oh. Well, that's very simple then. I would like to do that, if you will allow me.
Then you are now officially part of the Camarilla, the Ivory Tower, and it will be known to everyone.
I'll try to reach over and give him a subtle low five.
Now say thank you.
Thank you, my liege.
Good boy.
And then he'll slide Daisy some skin real on the down low.
Now that formalities have been addressed, Elias, tell me what happened whilst you were in Tokyo. A summary will suffice.
This all blends together, Shiv.
You don't literally
yeah.
have to do it. I will let you just say, I will recount the details of the stuff in Tokyo.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
Please
talk
refer
some
to
about
previous episodes on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, the most recent event was we attended a ball for the Gaki. It was quite an experience. Our dear friend formed a dance, and we spoke to some, I think, important figures, and then we spoke with the daimyo as well. As well as all the other stuff we did that I forget.
And the prince.
Marcelina is also shocked because during this whole recounting, Elias has in fact been brief.
And another thing. Prior to that, we went into a TID building, and well, I believe we were successful at disrupting their operation. They had some quite nasty anti-kindred technologies. Hopefully it's all been destroyed. I don't believe the building is still in one piece.
The prince turns to Marcelina. Can you verify that Elias is telling me the truth?
I can. And Marcelina will give very, very brief, kind of exact recountings of what happened, especially in the TID building. The things they discovered, what they were doing, that they had kindred, that they had, the lupine, that whole situation that they had, what Marcelina can only assume was a Sumitsi in their horde form, and then that they promptly blew the building up.
Does anyone mention Regina?
Yes.
Oh.
Marcelina does. Marcelina mentions that they met a La Sombra named Regina who aided them in their venture through the TID building. And that also helped them get a little bit more information about the blood plague in which this Kotaru was first brought here to discover about, But that's all that Marcelina says when it comes to Regina.
Elias would mention her as well, and he'd go over their buddy system they used to make sure they stayed safe within the TID building, and that he was paired up with Regina. He would have no
Elias.
reason to hide it.
Someone needs to tell you the meaning of the word summary.
I'm terribly sorry. I just didn't want to leave out any pertinent details. I apologize.
I knew Regina from a previous unlife. At one point we were comrades. She made a decision to stay on her path. The previous prince and myself made the decision to join the Camarilla. Now, the Gaki with you. Present yourself to me.
Kenun bows slightly. I am Kenun, formerly of the Tokyo Gaki.
Kenun, you shall be allowed in my domain. However, if you make so much as one step out of line, act against me, the Camarilla, or break a tradition, you shall be hunted down by the full force of the Ivory Tower. Does this sound
Kenun
fair
bows
to
again.
you?
I expect nothing less.
That jewel in your forehead, is that part of you?
It is.
How wonderful. I may use it as inspiration for myself sometime soon. Kenun, this coterie has been tasked with acquiring the Golden Tiger idol. You, of all, would know how important this idol be kept from getting into the daimyo's hands.
Yes.
It is my intent to keep the idol away from the daimyo. The statues must never be united. If it is possible, I will destroy the idol to prevent anyone from uniting them again. It does not matter if the myth surrounding the idols is true or not. If the daimyo possesses them all, no matter what, all of your kind will be united under his command. That would upset the delicate balance of power on the continent and have wide-reaching consequences for all.
Another
Can I-
bow. It seems our purposes align.
Can I rely on you to join with the coterie and acquire the idol at the very least?
You may indeed.
Excellent. Have you come up with any kind of plan to acquire the idol yet? And they're looking straight
No.
at Slip.
Well, I have acquired the home address and name of the conductor of this train. And the rest of the coterie is free to do with this mortal as they please. I'm sure they're far more pliable than myself in these matters.
A first step would be to find a way to get onto the train. If the Gaki catch sight of you boarding as just passengers, you will likely be destroyed on sight, and lose the element of surprise. You do not want to face an entire train of Gaki on alert. You'd have to fight your way through the entire length of the vehicle. Not only that, but the daimyo would be aware, and that would create an open war between us and the Gaki. a war we could not win.
My liege, what is to prevent them from simply blaming us anyway and then launching that war for the sake of it?
They would be lying. It's one thing to lie to 5 people, to 10 people, but an entire country of Gaki would raise too many questions. There would be too much for him to prove. How do you prove a lie?
We would just spend the evening with a bunch of them, and they are so ready to believe that. I don't think they would even have to convince them. I think they would just go, yup.
Nihon sort of indicates that he would like permission to speak here.
Kenon,
If I may. You need not fear a slip, for the daimyo is far too proud to admit that a group of Kinjin could ever get the jump on him and his forces. You have seen the hubris he has so far demonstrated.
Marcelina will also kind of raise her hand slightly to indicate wanting to speak. And once, given that permission, would say, it seemed to me upon our visit that there may be a few who do not exactly align with the daimyo's thinking.
Nod.
the Gaki present a united front, but they are just as fractured as the Anarchs in their belief. Their entire culture relies on faith. Faith is easily questioned, but difficult to prove. You either accept the daimyo as your spiritual leader unquestionably, or you do not. Isn't that right, Kenon?
Another small nod.
Would you like some advice?
Nods.
The train does stop outside of Tokyo. You could board the train inside of several large postal crates, for instance. Depending where you go. North, the train stops at Sendai, Yamagata, and Niigata. To the south there is Nagoya and Kyoto. Those places are quite some distance from here, however. But if you go to the north, I can arrange a haven for you all. Though contact with kindred, if there are any outside of Chiba, is difficult at best. Should you choose to go south to Nagoya or Kyoto, perhaps your new ally here, Kenon, could arrange something with the Yakuza, though that may alert the local Gaki.
Storyteller, because I have a particular knowledge of the Yakuza and sort of gangs in general, do I have any idea of numbers when it comes to the South? Like, is it
The
larger
more
than...
south you go, the heavier presence of Yakuza.
Okay.
Is the
Okay,
easiest way
okay.
to
And-
explain it.
Right, and it's like known that the Yakuza align with the Gaki.
Yes.
There's no kind of faltering in that. Okay.
And
okay.
it's impossible to know exactly how many Yakuza there are in total, simply
Right.
due to the nature of the organization.
Right,
There
right.
could be a
okay.
great amount, there could be a very few amount, but either way they have enough influence and power in certain regions that, in essence, they are in charge and not the government.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then I think the North it is.
One last question for you, Kenon. If I asked you to tell me about the daimyo and the inner workings of your society, what would you say?
I suppose it depends on the nature of the question asked.
What is a daimyo's weakness?
As I have already told you, his hubris.
You are the first to tell me of your society. You will be the source of some interesting insight, I'm sure. Though I hope this is not a sign that you can't be trusted.
Hennon cocks his head slightly to the side. I am here because of my overwillingness to work with your people. Take that, I suppose, as you will.
Your haven awaits you. You may keep the vehicle you used to come here as a gift. Before you go, you can use it to go around the country solving mysteries. Before you go, you may each ask me one question if you so wish. Apart from that question, doesn't work with their low humanity anyway.
I don't think Marcelina will ask anything.
Daisy will slowly, timidly raise her hand.
Yes.
Do you, know where to get the good stuff?
Mortal vitae.
Well, but it's kind of hard to find the good stuff in mortals here.
What is the good
Drugs.
stuff? Why
Drugs.
would I poison
Why they-
my body with chemical substances? Why
Oh
would
man, you gotta experience it. The
When
only
I
thing better is
was-
flying.
What would you know about flying?
Well, I mean, ask a crow.
Why would I ask a crow when I can take the form of a bat?
See? So you know flying's fucking awesome, man.
Marcelina says nothing. She's not going to save Daisy or, like, stop this
Yeah,
at all.
Kenno's
She's
just quietly pinching the bridge of his nose.
Oh, I have a question, my liege.
If this is about how it works as a ground transport, you might as well leave.
What? No. Huh?
Ask your question, Slip.
Path, may I ask, then, did Regina adhere to?
The path of the Black Hand.
Neat. Well, thank you so much.
I tell you about one of our greatest enemies, that you worked with them, and your reaction is one of pleasure.
Attached interest.
Violet will have to keep herself busy, keeping you in line. Anything else?
Yes. The haven in which you can arrange for us in the north.
Yes.
Which city?
Any of the three.
Alright then.
Have only to
I
inform
cannot.
me where you head, and I shall arrange for it. You will have to travel there by train, though.
Alright then.
And I don't
I
recommend
will-
residing within the city. It is far too dangerous.
Then I will send word of where we decide to go.
Make sure that the word is bird.
Oh, I got that.
Marcelina, is like a stifled smile, and just gives a nod to the prince.
Heading out?
No, that is it.
Perhaps, as a gesture of good faith, Kenun takes his gaki phone out of his pocket. Would this be of use to you?
The prince will glide over to you and take the phone and just look at it like it's a nose hair in a Spanish omelette, and then crush it in their hand.
Halfway between a nod and a bow. Acceptable.
For the time being,
I look
Kenon,
at Slip. I look at Slip when he does that, like, we could have done something with that. But I don't say it out loud.
1,000-yard stare. Just the lights have gone out in his eyes.
the prince is quite old and the fuck is this? Bush.
Yeah, but
Nothing.
didn't even ask. Uh-huh. Yeah.
For the time being, Kenon, you remain under the umbrella of the Camarilla. You are afforded our protection so long as you abide by our rules. When and if you acquire the Tiger Idol, we shall discuss further arrangements.
A bow. No
You may
question, no
leave.
comment, just respect.
Yeah, upon being dismissed, Marcelina will stand up, give a bow, go out the room, put on her shoes, wait for the coterie to follow.
Daisy will do the usual low bow with the peace sign.
Elias would give a respectful bow.
Is gonna bow and back out and not really unbow until he's gone.
The coterie leave the prince, walking out into the humid night, and walk back through the now empty area surrounding the Narita temple. As you proceed through the enclosed, winding, inclined street back to where you parked the car, is there anything you would like to talk about?
Marcelina will actually be on her phone and have sent a text to the family to let them know that she is back. Much to discuss. And then get into the car.
Elias would, sorry, go ahead.
No. Kenun, that was your decoy phone and the real one is in your pocket still, right?
Kenun just sort of gives him a very bland look.
But why?
Because those things can be tracked, no?
Yeah, let's just disable that part. It's okay. I forgive you.
Nod.
Elias would get in the car. Well, I think that went rather well. Don't you all think that went rather well?
We're still alive. Well, we're still undead.
Yes, indeed. We will live to see another night.
Although you're looking a little less undead than the rest of us.
Oh, thank you. I've been following my path, and I think the results are starting to show.
For you,
Yeah.
man.
Hanoun, who is also, as ever, looking, rather alive for a dead guy, just his eyebrows are up. He's not commenting, just sort of examining his fingernails.
I can eat now. Not everything, but
Oh,
I can drink some liquids and eat raw meats and rare meats.
You want a Snickers?
I don't know if I can quite handle a Snickers just.
That's okay.
So-
I have some in my backpack for emergencies.
So if you eat raw or rare meat, you can keep it down?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
You don't have to vomit later?
Oh, no, not at all.
His eyes slowly grow wide. Elias. Could it be?
It could.
Am I gonna have to
could what
fight
be?
with you to get to the bathroom sometimes?
Are you suggesting you're going to follow me into the bathroom?
No. But if I want to brush my teeth, it's possible you might be in the bathroom.
Our
What?
dear Slip has been dying for an opportunity to buy toilet paper.
Oh, yes.
We
If
need breeze too.
well, hopefully we have toilet paper at the Haven. I mean, my followers do live there, but it wouldn't hurt to pick some up on the way, just in case.
Marcelina will send a text message to her ghoul. And are we all stocked on things that you all need, or should we make a stop at the store?
I'm really tempted to say, get me a cornetto.
Don't do that.
The cupboards are full.
Wrong country.
There's no zombie outbreak either.
Have I been given the affirmative that all is well?
Yeah.
In that department?
Literally just a text back says, the cupboards are full.
Wonderful. No need to stop at any stores. They've got everything taken care of. Sorry, Slip.
Oh, that's alright.
Right, so any thoughts or ideas about how we're gonna steal this item?
How heavy do you think it is?
Based on based on when I had knocked into that gentleman's when Daisy had knocked into that gentleman's arm, after we knew that an idol was in the sling of his
It's,
broken arm.
I mean, the size was right, the material was different. It's made out of solid gold. I wouldn't recommend anyone shoving it up their ass.
Well, I'm certainly not going to suggest that anybody shove it up their ass. But can I maybe guesstimate a weight? I think the question is really like, if since it's coming from Daisy, probably that she would be like, "I'll send Mr. Crowley to pick it up."
Yeah, and I'm expecting it to be too heavy for that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's far too heavy for a burb.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so Marcelina says it's gonna be far too heavy for our friend to carry. It's solid gold.
Too bad. It's so shiny.
I know they'd love it, but however, I'm sure Mr. Crowley and your other crow friends could prove useful, at the very least as a distraction.
Yeah, we're always ready for that.
Delightful. I wonder if there are schematics for the train itself.
I think what it is, it's a car with a door on either end, and then the next room is a car with a door on either end, and then the next room is a car with a door on either end.
Right. The question is, how many cars are there? Because that's
16.
how many we might have to get through.
16. We had this discussion in the past.
We did. Okay, 16. So so then it's really figuring out what is the best point of ingress so that we can
A door.
snatch and grab and be off. Yeah, no fucking shit.
Well,
Surprisingly, I managed to figure that much out for myself. Thank you very much.
if we're going to use the postal crate avenue of approach and get smuggled in by a mailman, or depends where where they would store us,
Right.
and after that it's just break out quietly and step by step.
Yeah. Do you think you can, if you with your field kit, that you'd be able to affect the electronics on the train itself?
Ooh. Well, Shiv, knowing that the power to the train is on its own separate thing, would I be able to, on site, on the train, physically fuck with, like, lights and doors and...
You could, however, the problem with that is it would affect every single bullet train at the same time and could draw a huge amount of attention.
Oh, I see.
So, yes.
However, when you're actually on the train itself, you can fuck with some of the stuff that is on the train, isolate itself, like fuck with its own doors, fuck with its own lights, and that wouldn't affect
That's
everything.
my yeah. That's
Yeah,
my
I thought
question.
that's what we were.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
So yeah, yep. Very, very possible, very likely.
Okay. Marcelina becomes very deep in thought as we travel back to the Haven, trying to kind of plan out how best to go about that and maybe be able to come up with some vague idea of a plan to suggest to the group. Yeah.
People Carrier makes its way back towards their haven in Onakita, finally parking back up outside your familiar haven and proceed inside. The haven was the same as you left it before, with the exception of the kitchen, where a damaged brick has been neatly placed in the middle of the table.
Pardon
Dawn is
me?
approaching, but you have enough time for a conversation each. Brick?
Who left a brick in here?
Oh, that's mine, sorry.
That's yours.
It is not.
Marcelina just like narrows her eyes at him for a moment before she goes and she finds her ghoul.
Which one? Because you have two.
I do. Whichever one is like readily present. Because one may be sleeping or, dealing with the cult.
I have the names of them. All the way at the bottom of my fucking notes. I have too many notes. Tanaka Naomi.
Naomi, okay. Naomi, darling.
Welcome back, Master.
Glad to be back. Question. Where did that brick come from?
We're not entirely sure. It was left on the doorstep. I thought it might mean something to any of you. I didn't think it was a good idea to leave a loose brick on the doorstep.
No, that was wise of you. Thank you.
No, someone will trip over it.
It seems damaged. What use is it?
Oh well. It's a brick. You could knock someone out with it. You could break a window with it, or take a brick out and whole wall can come tumbling down. I'm going to take a look at this brick. The damage itself, like what's going on with this brick? What does it look like?
Intelligence and investigation. It's not a difficult role. You can also do wits and awareness if you prefer.
Yeah. We're gonna do wits and awareness.
Based on damage to the brick, it's not exactly a heavy impact, but, blunt force trauma. Not a metal hammer or anything like that, but the strength of someone who is undead is likely to have done this to the brick. I think with 2 as well. It's also seemingly as if it's the same color as the building outside Tokyo Tower that you all left from just earlier tonight.
Is there blood on this brick?
A very small amount.
Fuck, I could use a Tremere right now. No, it's fine.
Very small dots.
Okay. Canoon.
Is standing there.
This brick seems to have come from the building we left earlier in the evening.
Looks at Brick. Looks at the hand that he punched the building with.
Oh. Now, how did it get all the way here?
A very good question.
Is there a note on the brick? Perhaps someone was trying to leave us a message.
When I was inspecting it, did I find, when I lifted it up or anything, did I see a note of any kind or, markings? Just that it had been damaged?
No.
Taken? Okay.
But just for Kenon's own knowledge, Kenon knows what this message is.
Care to share with the class, Kanoon, what this could possibly mean?
He examines the brick for a moment. Tilts his head to the side again. I suppose we shall have to see.
Is it a challenge? A threat?
I do not believe so.
Right. Well. Until more information is presented to us, I guess we should put the brick to the side. And Marceline will pick it up and kind of put it on the side of the, somewhere in the kitchen or whatever, so that it's out of the way. For now.
Yeah, Kenan will just sort of take it.
Oh, okay. That's
His
cool
brick
too.
now.
Cool. Well, This is home for now. Feel free to take one of the rooms. Most of Elias's following is in the attic. In case you wanted to avoid them.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you want to have a friendly discussion with them or attend one of our meetings, we've got a garden on the roof, housing in the attic. It's quite a lovely place.
You
I'm
know?
sure that would be most enlightening.
Or do we put the garden in the warehouse? I can't.
I think the garden's
no,
on
we
the
put it in
roof.
the warehouse.
Oh,
We have a garden on the roof, but then we have like more stuff at the warehouse that they've been kind of working with. Slip,
Yo.
if you'd like. For now, you can take Violet's room. I don't think she'd mind.
I would like to return to my own haven at some point, but
It is too close to dawn for that. You'll have to wait
Yeah.
till tomorrow.
yeah. All right, I suppose so.
The couch
Real
is pretty
talk.
comfy too.
There, is that safe?
I mean,
It was safe for
it
me.
can.
Oh, I spent more time in the temporary haven. I was here in this haven for like a night before we got shanghaied to some shit. I don't know what your place is like.
Very simple. The only people that are really milling about here during the day is Elias's folk and my two ghouls.
Oh. It's been a while since I crashed on a couch, sure.
Alright then. Couch is yours. Canoon, there are plenty of
like it
rooms
all
you
the
can
time.
choose. Mm-hmm.
But,
I must
Uh,
again thank you for welcoming me into your haven.
You're very welcome.
ooh, actually, which room is Violet's room?
Right next to mine.
All
I'll
right,
show you.
I'll try to keep it down, sure.
How about we all get a good night's rest and then tomorrow we can plan.
Is the mirror still in Violet's room?
It is. Yeah, I think with that, like, Marcelina's gonna head to her room, and it just shows Slip, like, you know, this is Violet's room. Oh, by the way, Slip, there's a mirror in there, real special to Violet.
Okay.
Be careful with it.
Flip!
Uh,
Wits and awareness. Again,
well,
really easy roll.
I'll have, like, slid
That's
open the
fine.
door so he can see inside.
Slip, you've seen these mirrors before. They're usually in every kindred's haven that is in Japan. Handed out personally by the prince.
Sure. These are, would Slip have one from way back when?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've got one of these too.
Really?
Yeah,
Does
the
it
prince.
do anything?
Shiv?
You don't know.
I don't
You
think
just
so.
know that the prince insists on every single kindred haven having one.
No, the prince basically makes you take one. It's like a really weird stipulation for the world's worst homeowners association. They look neat, but otherwise I don't think they do anything.
Oh, I think they do plenty. You can kind of see on Marcelina's face that she's like, wheels are turning. And so all she does is put her finger up like this to her mouth and says, good night, and goes into her room.
Flip will watch her go and then slide into Violet's room and shut the door very slowly, very quietly. Is there a bed?
I think Violet has a bed, yeah.
He jumps on the bed! kidnap me, will you?
Three little monkeys jumping on the bed.
One fell off and definitely.
And he's
bumped
undead.
his head. But Selena will go into her room. And the minute that she's alone, it's like any pretense of mimicked emotion, or the kind of attempts at peopling that Marcelina does falls away, and she starts going through the practice of cleaning her weapons. I think that it's sort of a form of meditation for her, sort of the routine of it. And she's going to start dwelling on that little voice that was popping up in her head whilst she's been here in Japan. That I mean, for lack of a better word, that demonic voice that was popping up in her head.
Yeah.
Anything about that, I don't know, ring a bell maybe for like in terms of, I don't know, mythos or legend or anything she may have heard during her trainings with Hakata?
Nope, I'm afraid not.
Fuck me. All right, well. Yeah, hey, she's just gonna meditate on that for a while then. And then I think before she actually lays down to go to sleep, she is going to send a message to Uncle.
Yep.
And I think she is going to request to see him sometime soon.
You'll get a text back that says, I was intending to be with you soon, regardless.
Affirmative is all she'll send back. And she'll go and lay down.
Anyone got anything else before you day rest?
Only that Kenun's gonna wander around absently, just sort of looking at the place, awkwardly find an unoccupied room, set the brick down, his only possession right now, then meditate to greet the sun as he does.
Elias would... Go ahead.
Go.
Elias would stay up a little later than everyone else. And he'd talk to Kenun some. Kenun, while you're up, would you like it if I brewed you some tea or something before I went to sleep?
I would be glad of it.
Elias would brew 2 cups of tea for himself and Kenun, and sit down with the cups of tea. I just now that I'm sorry, is everyone else asleep? Because if someone else wanted to do something, okay.
Yeah. I didn't know it was going to be after we all went to bed. My bad.
Sorry, go ahead, Slip. Do your thing. I'm brewing tea.
Oh, okay. God, I'm so sorry. Is the mirror covered or uncovered?
I believe Violet keeps it covered.
Okay. What is this?
but
Is this like a full-length body mirror?
Yes.
Okay. Slip will bounce off the bed and land on the floor in front of it, and uncover it.
Hmm.
Sort of examine it. Put his hands on it.
Yeah. It's nothing spoopy happens. It is a perfect mirror. It is a true mirror. It's not treated glass or anything like that. It's very high quality. It's handmade.
This is going to shift from him looking at the mirror to him looking at himself. And he's gonna,
Fuck me.
Pull his eyelids down and kind of stick his tongue out and look in his mouth and just kind of frown at himself. Yeah. Look at you. Unzip his jacket and pull his shirt up and just look at his fucking beeholes. His very pronounced rib cage and his kind of concave belly, and just... He's gonna frown at himself for a long time. But when he feels the dawn, like, really fucking ripping at him, he's gonna recover the mirror and go to bed.
As you are staring at your own reflection, the reflection will burst out of the mirror, hold you by your own shoulders and say, "We're not doing okay."
Is this a bit you're doing, Shiv, or does this happen for real?
That happens for real.
What
kind of shit bit do you think that is?
I don't know. That's why I was like, hold on. Hello?
We're not okay.
Have been. What the fuck?
We've been kidnapped. Look at what we've had to do to ourselves. We nearly blew ourselves up. We made a wish that backfired, and we're still going to suffer the curse from that. We're not okay.
Oh my god. So much is kind of making sense now. Okay, now that's all true. Are you me?
What are we going to do? How are we going to survive this? Are we going to survive this? What have you done to us?
Too much double dealing. Way too much. I broke the chip rules, I double dipped.
Marcelina's voice in the back of his head being like, I told you so.
Oh. He's gonna try to recover the mirror.
The moment you move, the whatever it is has just disappeared, and you are just looking at your own reflection.
Okay, yeah, the mirror does stuff. Okay. Oh, right. Clean off any very obvious fingerprints before he... Okay,
I don't think you would leave fingerprints, because that's based on body heat, isn't it? Body heat and moisture, and you don't make
We've
either.
discussed this. I've asked this question before. I've asked this question before, and you told me that no, we don't. We don't leave fingerprints, because you have to produce like body oil to be able to, to do that. So Kindred don't.
Alright, he's gonna just peel his shoes off before climbing into the bed and then tuck in for the night. The day.
Elias would bring the tea and sit down with Kanoon, and they can quote unquote watch the dawn, although Elias will be staying far away from the windows. Just staying up past when the sun rises, and taking advantage of his humanity there.
I think, does that cost you willpower for every hour?
I imagine it's the normal rules past the first hour, but I can awake 1 hour early or stay awake up to an hour after. So within that window. While everyone's sleeping, I just wanted to talk some about the ball and what happened. And Kenon, I just want you to know that I definitely see you as a member of our coterie. You have helped us when we've needed assistance, and we've helped you. And now that your situation with the Gaki has changed, I want you to know that I certainly will stand by you and provide you any assistance I can. And I'm happy to have you as a member of our coterie, even if you're not a kindred.
Very slight bow. You honor me.
I'll give a bow back. It is an honor to have you in our coterie. And if you need any assistance or have any plans for any recourses you want to take for the actions of that night, I'd be happy to help in any way I can.
It is appreciated. I intend to do what is right. But that aside, Elias, for what it's worth, I do hope you find your way to an enlightenment.
Yes, I certainly hope this path will get me there. I feel
It
like
won't.
well, I certainly respect that, but I'm on this path currently, and I want to see it to the end. And if I fail again, and this path does not bring me enlightenment, then my next attempt, the next path I follow, I will model after your path and see if I have success with that.
May I ask, why, if you suspect that this road you are on may indeed lead you to folly, why continue with it?
Because the course has been set, I am invested, and I believe another has taken this path and succeeded, and I want to follow the path and succeed. And if I'm mistaken, if I fail, then I will have to change course.
I see. Just sort of giving Elias a long, hard, unblinking look.
I have been on this path for quite a while, and I feel I am nearing the completion of this path, and I certainly hope it will lead me to enlightenment.
It will not.
Well,
What you describe, Elias, pardon my saying so, but you describe that thing they call sunk cost fallacy.
You may be correct, but following this path has given me some benefits already. We are having this discussion during the dawn. The sun is rising outside. I dare not step out, but I'm not forced to sleep.
Yes. What you would call success, my people would call simply being attuned to the element of yang.
Perhaps it may be that these benefits I'm experiencing are completely unrelated to the path. But at least this path I'm choosing to follow at the moment has them commingled, and I won't know the ramifications, success or failure, until I reach the end of that path.
So you say.
Elias, if you want to
16.
continue this conversation, it's going to cost you a willpower.
Okay. Well, Kanoon, this has been a lovely discussion, but I think it is time for me to turn in for the day and head to sleep.
Rest well.
Elias would go a respectful bow and then proceed to sleep.
Yeah, Kennan's gonna linger just long enough to finish his tea, and then he's off to do the same.
Okay. Marcelina is in an evergreen forest. Opposite her is Kenun, in the middle of it. Black rain pours down above them from the dark blue sky above. The forest behind Marcelina slowly begins to turn icy blue-white, as the landscape begins to freeze to an icy hellscape. Behind Kenun, the forest slowly rots to black, as the trees seem to turn to ash and fall to the ground. From the sky, a large golden crane soars down. It stands between Nagaki and Marcelina, its wings spread, revealing a layer upon layer of sharp daggers. A forked tongue hisses out from its large beak as the bird's body grows larger and larger. It screams a high-pitched, ear-piercing screech and tears its wings either side of it, swiping at both of them. Dex and resolve to avoid the incoming wings.
Can I blood surge?
If you really want to. I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay. Resolve and Dex, you said?
Yes, please.
Can I willpower?
If you want to, you don't have to.
Okay.
I wouldn't recommend it.
You're killing me. No, that's fine.
I know it's weird. You're gonna have to trust me.
I'll take the 2. That's fine. The 2 successes.
Yeah, it's only gonna be 1 superficial willpower damage.
Oh,
That's
I take
crane.
that? Right.
Yep.
Okay.
As the crane's wing hisses through the air, doing very light damage to your right shoulder, as Kenun is able to backflip out of the way. The crane falls to the ground. The icy ground begins to swallow the body as it slowly envelops the entire area. The crane takes to the air. Its body changes, expanding and moulding into a balloon-like object made of flesh. Blood dropping from the floating mass over Marcelina and Kenun below. The strange balloon drifts on a chi line into the distance, leaving the two below under a torrent of blood rain. The ground beneath them shakes. As the ground gives way below their feet, a sinkhole forms, sending them through a blank void until they land in an icy pit. A voice, familiar to Marcelina, but unknown to Kenun, echoes from the nothingness around them.
One shall stand. One shall fall.
The large dagger with serrated edge is coughed out of the floor by the ice in the space between Marcelina and Kenun. What would you like to do?
I'm distinctly aware that this is a dream. Because of that, because it's a dream, and it's my dream, I'd like to produce one of my guns.
Okay. Yeah. Kenun, what are you doing?
Kennan stands there, looks Marcelina directly in the eyes and shakes his head.
Destroy him, Marcelina, now, or you yourself shall be obliterated.
Do I hear that as well?
Only you hear that.
Only I hear that. Marcelina's gonna put the gun underneath her chin and she's gonna pull the trigger.
Willpower roll, first of all, to do that.
Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to click that button. I'll go back. Cancel. Okay. it doesn't work.
You are unable to put the gun under your own chin. Instead, as you fight against yourself or some invisible force, you bring the gun directly to bear upon Kenon.
I think Marcelina kind of like lets out a hiss. If she's gonna kill Kanun, it's not gonna be by force, like by some outside force making her. And so she's gonna say, Kanun, pick up the blade.
Why?
Because I need you to kill me.
And if I refuse?
Then we're gonna be stuck in here for a while.
Such is the way of things.
You have work to do, don't you? For your people.
Yes.
And you can't be locked in here.
Just gives her a long, steady look.
I think they both, they both have this ability, so as he's looking at her, she's also looking at him with that same kind of unblinking stare that they both have.
Destroy him, Marcelina, now, or you yourself shall be obliterated.
Willpower roll, please. Marcelina.
Fuck. Hey.
You feel your finger beginning to squeeze the trigger, slowly and slowly against your own will. You're desperately fighting against it. But before you are even able to assert your own control, you fire. Firearms.
I think just as I feel the kind of the pressure of that, Marcelina will, in this kind of almost dead voice, say, "I'm sorry."
Okay. You fire off a single bullet. It reverberates around the entire chamber. The gun itself lets out a bright, white light, blinding you, and you're unsure if the bullet made contact with Kenon. Everybody, take your composure or your resolve, whichever is higher, and add it back to your willpower tracker, but do not exceed your maximum willpower. And then everybody do a rouse check to awaken for the night ahead of you. Wonderful. Marcelina awakens suddenly. The memory of her nightmare still embedded in her mind. Elias awakens to the sight of Kenon looking over him, while Marcelina remains in her room, reassuring herself by taking solace, cleaning, and checking over each and every one of her weapons. Kenon leads Elias into the front room downstairs. The shoji across the windows have been drawn shut, and the storm shutters pulled down. Elias is able to catch sight of the time, and realize that it is only barely after dusk. Kenon has cleared the tatami room of any furniture, aside from a few large flat floor cushions, and assumes a Caesar position, his back to the shoji behind him, and gestures to Elias to place himself in front of his sensei.
Elias would respectfully bow and then go and take a seat.
I think Kenon is currently loading Enlightenment conversation as we speak.
Mm-hmm,
Windows screen is showing the progress bar.
404, thought not found.
It's at 99%, and it's just stopped at the moment.
Buffering.
Then it goes to 100%, but doesn't stop.
It's like when that Windows bar fills all the way, and then it starts doing the flashy thing.
Yep. 99.5%! Okay, we're here. I'm here. I'm live.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dear Elias, it is my dharma to greet the sun and to see her off to bed each night. Will you join me in meditation?
Yes, I would happily join you in meditation. Elias closes his eyes.
They're just gonna meditate there for a while.
Elias, after all you have experienced, after you have been told about various paths of enlightenment, the possibility that you are on a false one, what are your thoughts and feelings right now?
Well, I'm fairly certain I'm on the correct path, but that thought that this might be a false path is kind of in the back of his head, kind of nagging at him. He thought he was on the correct path before, and it was a false path. He has another chance to try and find the right path, and he's following this path, and he hopes this is the correct path, but if it ends up being another false path, well, he'll just have to get up and go again until he finds the correct path.
Kenon, you've been branded a Kuma, cast out of your society, but you are still on your own path. You believe your path to be true, and that the daimyo is the one that has been corrupted by power. Quite possibly a correct assumption. But then you have also been lumbered with Kinjin, who are objectively inferior to Gaki and their powers. But you have to somehow guide and assist them to raid an entire train full of Gaki to get a statue to prevent the daimyo from completing his maniacal plan. What are your thoughts and feelings right now?
Setting aside the rage bubbling beneath the surface, there's, very much the vibe of, well, Kinjin kinda suck, but maybe we can use that to advantage. Daimyo, hubris. We can use that. That's fine. Yup. And, as, from spiritual's... Sorry, I'm forgetting how to talk.
Everybody
Kenon
take
can
a
talk,
drink.
Daybreak can't. Yeah. Okay, there's very much the attitude that though the Kinjin are said to be inherently tools of Yama acting against the cycle by their very nature, there's the feeling that maybe, well, a tool only goes bad when it's left to rot, when it is left without guidance, without being used, without being properly utilized. So perhaps, just maybe, if guided with a steady hand, these Kinjin might just be used as tools of the cycle rather than against it? So that's kind of what he's meditating on.
Is there anything enlightenment-wise the two of you would like to talk about? or train-wise, or weather-wise.
It looks like tonight will be a nice night.
Indeed. Said with the quirked eyebrow of, yeah, no. Yeah, uh-huh.
Hopefully it'll be a nice night for a train ride.
Indeed. Ever the optimist, aren't you, Elias?
I certainly try to be. If I can keep the coterie spirits up and them strong of mind, I am happy to do so.
Sort of gives Elias a sidelong, appraising glance. I have many thoughts about your path, Elias. This is not the right one. This is not, in its end, the road that will lead you to where you wish to be. But perhaps there is a larger way.
Yes, I find it is the journey that comes before the destination that's most important. Perhaps my journey will be longer than others, but I feel it is important to take this journey.
Reminds me, at a later date, should we have the time, to tell you about the Path of 1,000 Whispers. You may find it, well, enlightening.
Yes, that does sound intriguing. I shall ask you about the Path of 1,000 Whispers next time.
A slight nod.
Elias gives a respectful nod.
Their moment together is interrupted by the sound of stairs creaking. Marcelina has decided to leave her room, making her way downstairs and joining with Kenon and Elias in their meditations.
I think she just leans up against the doorway for a moment, kind of just watching them in that meditation. And then, Canun, I have a question about your philosophies.
By all means. Would you care to join us to meditate?
She'll just walk forward and she will take a seat. And she's going to actually position herself right in front of Canun and is going to look him in the eye and say, the Yama King? Is that what he's called?
Nod.
Does he take many forms?
Another nod.
The idols, they are, they're animals. Is there any lore or knowledge you may have of the Yama King taking the form of a very large golden crane?
The crane is indeed one of the 4 statues that the daimyo wishes to collect.
I had a nightmare in which I was visited by said crane.
I see.
Mm.
The Yama Kings do, indeed, plague the dreams of my people.
You were there in my nightmare.
Was I?
It was a forest that then became swallowed up by ice. And then I was called to kill you.
I am not surprised.
Right. Well, I think someone is paying attention to your being cast out.
And someone is paying attention to you as well, dear Marcelina.
Good. Marcelina's going to get up, and she is going to leave on that note and actually go to Slip's room. I don't know if anyone else wants to do stuff before I speak to Slip.
I'm waiting till everyone comes together.
Right now, over me.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Beatles
Elias,
reference.
you lack culture.
Beatles reference. Beatles reference. Yeah.
I get it. It took me a while.
I think the light bulb went off in my brain at the exact same instant.
Kids today.
Well, I mean, if no one else has something they'd like to do, Marcelina is going to slide the door open to Violet's room and look in on Slip. I don't know if Slip's awake yet, but she's gonna sort of be staring.
Probably awake.
Okay. Yeah. Well then, yeah, you see Marcelina standing there.
He's just sitting on the edge of the bed.
Okay, expression-wise, what's going on with Slip?
He is staring down at his hands. So he's very hunched forward. His elbows are resting on his knees. His arms are kind of draped between his legs. Just hanging his head, looking at his hands, thinking about stuff.
Right. I think once she sees like what's going on with him, she'll shut the door behind her and walk forward and say, "Right, did you sleep well?"
I awoke when the sun went away, so I suppose.
Did you see anything?
While I was sleeping, or beforehand?
Beforehand.
Yeah. Have you just looked in this fucking thing?
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen you?
My reflection.
You haven't had like a conversation with the other you?
No, but that is interesting.
Buddy. It's a whole fucking thing.
Oh, so we've experienced that. Okay. Well, what did you say?
Other me was just freaking out about how bad things are. That's it. Nothing useful. Nothing insightful. Just pointing out shit I'm worried about. It was like, if anxiety could take a physical form and shake you gently.
Ah. I see.
Yep.
That's never happened before with your mirror? In your haven?
No.
Fascinating. So the mirror that the prince demands every single kindred have in their home decided to speak to you yesterday.
Yeah. And who knows what it's been doing to Violet.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Her eggs are halfway to fucking scrambled as they are.
Well, you have anxiety and she's got grief, but that voice follows her everywhere, not just in the mirror.
Maybe.
I'm going to uncover the mirror and I'm going to stand in front of it and look at it. And try to see if anything, comes out at me.
Doesn't.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Wonderful. So, yeah, for a moment she's staring at it. What do you think will happen if we try to break it?
Oh, I think Violet will put you in the fucking ground, and I will watch meekly from the corner as the battle unfolds.
Well, she'll certainly do her best, but I think I'd be doing her a service.
I don't disagree. I don't.
At the temple yesterday, the prince's, that whole room was all mirrors.
Yeah.
Did you know what happened to the former prince?
No. Deposed,
Oh, okay.
I assume?
Well, former prince was Sombra and apparently got trapped in a mirror. I'm saying this while staring at myself in this mirror. Partially, as I'm saying, kind of hoping to see if there's any change or shift in the mirror as I'm saying these things, but yeah. That is fucking strange, ain't it? Right, well, so your concerns are what, then?
Kindred life sucks in general, all of it. Just, lick your finger and stick it in the air. You'll feel the breeze. That's what I'm concerned about. All of it's garbage, but mostly the gaki full of their fire eyeballs, and then a train full of them, and then my life full of that train.
Well, first thing is, kindred life is what you make it. You're the architect of your own sadness, Slip. You want a happy life, you make one.
Oh, I'm trying, but there's a bunch of different people that are like, nope, you're gonna go do this now. And I'm like, yep, guess so.
You're right that it's sad. Filled with anxiety. Right, we got a train to rob. You ready?
Yeah, we do. Yep. Sure.
Marcelina will turn the mirror away so that it faces the wall.
What are you doing?
More for Slip's sake. It's just you don't need to look at yourself in the mirror anymore. Before she kind of makes a let's go gesture. Oh, I had a nightmare last night that I killed Kenun, so that'll be good.
You have dreams when you're out?
Yeah, sometimes I get nightmares.
How strange. I have never. Not once.
Well, if you ever get the chance to.
Kill Kenun while I'm there?
What?
Kill Kenun while I'm in there? You recommend this?
No. That's not what I'm... No, you've missed the point. I meant dream. You get the chance to have dreams, do so. Something interesting I find both with mortals and kindred is that they require hope to keep moving. And you and me are different in many ways, but I think what you need is hope to get you out of this rut you're in.
Maybe.
I know I gave you a lot of shit about what you did for Sato. Because that's that's coming tenfold for you. But hey, at least you'll get to see them again.
I sure tried.
Was it your first?
My first time making a wish.
No, your first time killing someone that you cared for.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I don't kill a lot of people. I don't kill a lot of people normally. It wasn't until you all actually that I started
Oh.
doing that.
Is that what you think? You think it's because of us? Oh.
Well, partially. I think you guys are the cause of me being outside of my hole in the ground a lot more, and that is causing me to kill people, whereas I had isolated myself for the most part.
You don't think there was ever going to come a point where you'd have to kill someone?
I mean, I had hoped not. I hope not.
Right, See, it's no secret I kill for pleasure, but mostly for work. For you are always going to end up hurting or killing something because you love Sato. So, if you feel any kind of guilt or upset about having done that, the amount of killing you've had to do, stop feeling guilty. You did it for a good reason. You let it weigh down, it will kill you.
I'll try.
Good.
Do you think you are qualified to give advice on emotions?
I'm not at all.
Oh.
But I can give advice about surviving. And carrying around guilt and sadness and all that bullshit, that'll kill you. And oftentimes a lot faster than your enemies.
Well, I am collecting that shit these days, so I will try to stop.
Good. Let's go rob a fucking train. With that, Marcelino will leave the room to go join the group.
As you go downstairs, you'll hear that everyone else has awoken and gathered downstairs. Naomi and Akari are tending. Yes? Particularly hot
Before
one
I
in the
leave my
center.
room. Before I leave my room, Daisy will be looking out the window and watching Mr. Crowley fly and thinking about talking to the prince last night about flying. So she'll take the pill and put it in her backpack instead of taking it.
No problem. Naomi and Akari have pulled out a small, about ankle-high kind of, well, maybe, shin-high table and placed cups of steaming hot green tea at each place for every of the assembled vampire. As Marcelina takes a seat and, I don't know, probably starts just nursing the cup rather than drinking from it, Akari walks over to Elias and hands him a flyer. This was delivered in your absence. She hands it to Elias, and the two ghouls bow deeply to Marcelina and give a slightly shallower bow to the others. Your followers are how you left them, for the most part. We will be nearby should you need us.
Marcelina, as a reward for having done so well in her absence, will use one of her blades to cut her palms and will hold them out to her ghouls to drink from.
And they're just straight away on there. Do I'll let you have it for one rouse check.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you very much for this information. I'm glad my flock was well looked after and well cared for. It's greatly appreciated.
You should check in on them, Elias. Seems in our absence there's been a shift in their behavior. Nothing I think that is dangerous at the moment, but it is good to check in on one's people.
Okay, I will endeavor to check in on them soon. Very soon. But I think we have more pressing matters at hand.
Would you like to read the flyer, Elias?
Oh, yes, I do. I do want to read the flyer.
The flyer reads, "There is but one true way on the path. Learn the way of Saulot, taught to us by the Master of Ravens, and now perfected by the great teacher of Chigoku. Come to Kumano's shrine, and meet with us at the Wooding Building. Hunters of the Golden Cicada."
Oh. This flyer could be, troubling. Elias would show Kenun the flyer. It looks like there may be another seeking the path. Perhaps a different path.
Did you say
His
out
lip
loud?
curls in just reading the text. His lip curls in very evident distaste.
Did you read the flyer out loud, Elias?
Yeah.
Okay. Golden Cicada, is that another one of the idols? Canoe.
He just sort of pardon?
The Golden Cicada. I'm noticing a pattern. It says the
No.
hunters of the Golden Cicada.
No, crane, koi, salamander, tiger. No, I am far more. Just pinches the bridge of his nose. And ever yet we are dealing with the corrupted words of the traitor Zalot.
Who? So wait, that flyer says that name on it.
Yep.
Yes, it
A
does.
whole fucking breach, my boy.
That's a flyer they're handing out.
That is an ideological poison.
It could certainly be dangerous. I think this is something we should investigate.
So I know Naomi. What was the other one's name?
Akari.
My other girl? Akari. Is this a flyer that was put in the mailbox, or is this something that Elias's lovely community hasn't been passing out?
It was shoved in the doorway.
I see. Well, beyond the very obvious masquerade breach that we have here, there seems to be an address as well. Go ahead.
Do we have reason to believe that our neighbors may have received these as well?
Marcelina will look at Akari and kind of nod that she can answer if either her or Naomi know the answer to that.
Not that we know of. It seems very specific.
That's great.
Yes.
And he just has his fingers steepled and his eyes closed, very visibly controlling his patience.
So just a quick question for like out of game player question here. Salat is the I don't know, the fucking progenitor for the Salubri. Is that what it is, or like he's
the
one of the
Salubri Antediluvian, or was the Salubri Antediluvian?
Right. Oh boy. Okay.
He was the one who got diablerized by the Tremere to embrace vampirism. And then a whole load of weird shit happened to Tremere/Goratrix.
Yeah.
Short version, the body that was Tremere turned into a giant worm slug, which was then possibly bombed by the Second Inquisition in the Tremere HQ in Vienna, but then possibly wasn't because we don't really know.
Good.
And
Right.
Antediluvian fuckery.
Right. So the address for this particular temple, it where is it?
It is nearish. You know, it's probably a 20-30 minute drive. You know that area is basically countryside. The only thing there of note is the road.
So, is this north or south of
It's kind
where
of-
we need to be headed?
It's kind of easterly of your current position.
Okay. We do need to get rid of any obvious masquerade breaches, Elias. This is important, and it seems directly aimed for you.
I agree. The masquerade breach is severe, and also someone who quite possibly is on a different path and targeting me and my flock, or my flock and I don't quite like the sound of that. I think it would be important that we deal with this.
Right.
I should myself like to put an end to any poisoned words that may be circulating around.
So perhaps this is something we deal with first.
Yeah, this might sound strange. Why would they target Elias? You don't see, all jokes aside, you don't seem like the kind of guy who makes a lot of enemies.
Well, that fucking pencil's pissed off with him now.
Well, I don't think they were necessarily targeting me as a threat. Perhaps they were targeting me hoping I would be sympathetic to their viewpoints and join them. Perhaps they will not be pleased when they realize that we may not be seeking the same path to enlightenment.
It does appear to me, Elias, that they know this already. They took the teachings... What did the pamphlet say again?
There is but one true way on the path. Learn the way of Saulot, taught to us by the Master of Ravens, and now perfected by the great teacher of Jigoku, China. Come to Kumano Shrine, and meet with us at the wooden building, Hunters of the Gold Cicada.
Yes, taught by one and then perfected. It does not seem like they have a great deal of respect for the one who taught in the beginning.
Yes, I suppose that is true. It looks as though they are saying that their way is better and I should join them, or else. Seems like the subtext.
Marcelina's gonna send a text, obviously very coded, to the family, finding out what they know of the hunters of the golden cicada. Its presence here in Japan.
You'll get a very brief summary that just says they originated in... Oh, shit. My pronunciation of this place is appalling. I apologize. Chongqing? Which is somewhere in China. Reviled by the Ventru, but have still somehow managed to spread slowly out. They are fairly new.
Marcelina will share this with the group, especially that they are reviled by the Ventru. And despite all attempts to keep them out, they've managed to get a foothold here. This is clearly an issue that needs to be resolved. And given its connection to your clan, alas, it's pointed.
So?
Yes, I think it is definitely pointed at me and my flock, to be certain. With that said, before we head out, I would like to extend the offer if anyone has had a stressful or taxing last couple nights and would like some aid to relieve their mental anguish, I can try to alleviate some of the stress and restore their mental fortitude.
As much as Marcelina doesn't want to do this, she is just like taking in all the things that need to be done, and so she turns to Elias and says, "Yeah, I'm gonna need your help. I'm trying to restore that ag willpower damage.
Yeah.
If you can help me with that."
Well, I'll use the rest of the scene for me to do this, and he'll just sort of place his hand over your head and focus for a moment, and let me display it, and then roll.
Mhm.
So it should be difficulty 0 if I spend the whole scene doing it. And I got 3 successes, so that'll be 1 aggravated one.
Hell yeah. Amazing.
You just sort of feel this like soothing, calming effect wash over you as you feel your sort of mental fortitude restored.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, great. Marcelino will just kind of grin and say thank you.
Yes, but of course.
Okay, so, yes.
Here's where I'm at with this. I think the pamphlet's real spooky, but the daimyo owns the train, owns the statues. I don't think the people at that address are going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
What is to stop the daimyo from just having this emblem moved tonight?
Right. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Okay, we'll deal with this other issue later. The train will be our focus. So, we have ways to get on the train, right? The problem is trying to figure out which fucking car this idol is in. I mean, as much as I hate to admit it, the prince wasn't wrong. Fighting through Gaki on that train is not ideal. Although, I do still have my grenades. And a few other things that I've taken from...
say he is unlikely to move it. His pride comes before all else. He believes it is safe. Therefore...
Right.
Question, Kanun. Do you know if there is a ceremony or maybe a ritual kind of holiday in which he would join all these statues together to do whatever it is he plans on doing with it?
I'm sorry, could you ask that one more time? My brain just fritzed on me in the middle of the
During the
sentence.
conjunction.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to find out is there a particular time in which the daimyo would gather all of the Gaki to do a ceremony or something like that in joining these idol. I'm trying to establish a timetable. How much time do we have to get this thing off the train?
As far as I'm aware, he could do it whenever he wanted.
Wonderful. Okay. So we have no clue. Great.
Could already have done it.
Right.
I believe for the moment. The issue at hand, he says, tapping the pamphlet on the table. It may be wise to pursue.
Shit.
Well, as the probably the expert on the daimyo and the gaki as a whole of all of us. I'm fine with that if you guys are.
Is there a way for us to maybe it seems unlikely, but a way to
Boyfriend steal snacks.
to track the
Boyfriend steal snacks.
okay, Braylon. Sorry. Haunted children. Okay. If there's a way for us to track the Gaki's movements to see if they are, I guess, pulling that idol from the train. Do you know what I mean? In asking that question. ST, Canoon, whomever can answer the question for me.
One must simply watch the weather. You have noticed of late, yes? The foul temper the skies have been in?
Uh-huh.
What could it be but an omen?
So then what is the go sign? What is the thing that is going to let us know that this isn't on the train anymore, is my question.
As the weather grows worse, we shall know the time draws nearer.
I see. What's it look like outside right now, weather-wise?
Dark, cloudy.
Oh, good. That's not ominous at all.
So
It's nighttime.
there is a window of tonight till question mark when the idol will be relocated and used for nefarious purposes, and there is a window of probably not soon to maybe never that these people behind the pamphlet will relocate and be lost to us.
However, we don't know why they sent the message, nor do they know what they mean by it. The last thing we want is them observing us and reporting our movements back to those who would use that information against us. They have obviously made plain that they know where you live, Elias.
Yes, I feel like unless we have everything planned out and we can jump on the train action, obviously the train is our most important goal. However, once we complete that task, there more than likely will be severe repercussions. Dealing with this Masquerade breach, I feel like, may not have repercussions as far as dealing with our potential enemies. However, not dealing with this Masquerade breach may have repercussions.
Okay. So here's what I suggest. Elias, you should go talk to your flock now. You should go see if there's been any changes, if they've been spoken to by anyone. I'm going to go make a phone call.
Yeah, Elias would nod and head up to his...
Okay. So just to expedite the process, Marcelina's phone call, just so you know the intention, is going to be through the family to the prince as a sort of I imagine there's a messenger that could be the sort of go-between, setting up that they want to be their haven to be in the north. There was 3 cities mentioned, right, in the north that could be chosen from.
You might want to talk with your information guy before you make a decision about which city.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, actually, if anything, I would ask the question of no, you know what, you're right. So X the phone call. As Elias kind of goes to speak to his
Did we get a phone call, cousin? We did, but it was cut off very quickly.
I'm gonna speak to Slip. Slip.
Yeah.
So yesterday, the prince gave us 3 options, 3 cities in which we can lay a haven to accomplish this train situation. which would you recommend the best place to be?
Great question. He's going to set up his laptop and kind of start looking at the layout of the cities and ease of train heisting. And while he's setting this up, he's going to look at Kenun. So, do you really think that a turf war with two cults, the prize being who's less wrong about enlightenment, is more pressing than the daimyo getting ultimate power? You sure? I'll support you, but you gotta be sure.
You say that as though they are separate matters.
I do.
Does the one not feed into the other?
Two different cults bickering over which one's more weird compared to ultimate daimyo badness.
Just give Slip a long, cool stare.
Okay, but if we get there and he's a whole ass dragon, like, this is on you.
Shrugs.
Alright, or whatever. Okay. You got it. Yeah. So he's going to...
At Slip on the shoulder a couple of times.
As long as we're positive. I'm good with this. Shiv, what city to train station ratio do I think might be good for this?
Let me double check. Because your information that you gathered for the location of the conductor,
Yep.
He's in Sendai, where the train also
And that
stops. And that is northeasterly. There was also Nagata, which was on the west coast, very far out of the way. And the other place was somewhere. It was also in a northeasterly direction.
Other than the conductor, are there any other factors that would influence the goings on of when we pull the trigger on that in any capacity, beneficial or detrimental?
No matter what, you'll have to travel through Fukushima, which, since the incident, I'm going to call it, it has, yeah. That's a horrible place to go through because nuclear fallout, the abandonment, even Kindred can't survive nuclear radiation fallout. It's a form of heat. Nagata and Sendai are quite large, well-populated areas, but very quick and easy access to countryside. Yamagata is right in the middle of the north of the country. It's not as big and populous as Sendai or Nagata, but getting to countryside would be a lot harder. Countryside is important because the Masquerade, obviously, and not just the Masquerade as well, but the fact that you need to keep as low profile as possible to not be seen by the daimyo or the gaki.
So Sendai would work because of the conductor, but that other location would be maybe preferable because of its remoteness. Is that the gist of what I'm getting?
Yeah, Yamagata is the most remote, but also kind of hard to find countryside. Nagata and Sendai are both quite populous cities. And no matter what, you're traveling through Fukushima.
Yeah, he'll share all this information, including the radiation with the coterie.
And to Kenun, Fukushima is a place of no chi whatsoever. The only other two places in the entire country that are also like this are Hiroshima and Nagasaki. and Gaki do not go there.
Like, not even defiled chi?
Not even defiled chi. It is completely absent of any chi, which leaves you absolutely powerless.
Yikes.
But the area for Fukushima is much, much smaller than Hiroshima or Nagasaki, obviously.
Take that all as you will.
All right, well, that's a lot. Well, we clearly don't want to get anywhere close to the radiation.
Well, if you want to avoid the radiation entirely, then the Yakuza, but then that is a big red flag to the Gaki. So it's like a lose-lose situation.
It does pain me to say that the best way to avoid the daimyo's eye is to go where the Gaki do not go.
All right, we're settled on that then? Bingo location. Everyone in agreement?
Yeah. I could try to whip us up some protective gear. Because if we're not doing this tonight and we're going to go do the pamphlet instead, I've got time to try to make us something. Because if we're going to travel through there on foot, I can try to make us some protective clothing. But if we're going to go through in a shipping crate...
Oh, you want to travel to the cities by train? You wouldn't want to travel by foot. It's a long fucking way.
Okay.
So...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, protective gear is going to, I think, will be useful. The location matters because this is where the haven will be, that the prince can set up for us. So we'd only be there for a day. Get in, get out type of scenario.
Yep. Shiv, how long would it... We have to pass through the radiation zone, right? We have to?
Yes and no. You go by train, it's no big deal. You go by any other means, it's a bit of a problem.
I understand. Okay, gotcha. If we just go by train, it'll be fine. The problem is, I feel like half the time we get most of the way through a plan, and then question marks happen. I think it'll be okay. I would say, do we feel like we want Elias to fuck around with the conductor's brain? If we do, Sendai. If not, the far more remote location.
The Gaki will be able to tell, right, if their conductor's been fucked with mentally.
Ken, is that correct?
Storyteller.
I'm sorry, what was the question? I thought you had that one.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking in the background. My brain is not here.
No, my question was just that would the Gaki be able to tell that the conductor's mind was messed with? Should we mess with it?
Depending on what you do, no.
Right.
Just outright saying, get us on the train, no. Dress up like a duck and turn up for work, yes.
And then my dog is that one.
Yeah, okay.
Dress up like a duck and get us on the train.
Yeah, I think...
That's how you get unsolicited duck pics.
No such thing as unsolicited duck pics. Send me all the duck pics. Love ducks.
Right, I think that perhaps the remote location is best. We can't allow for them to know that we're anywhere near it.
No.
Okay. All right. Canoon. I do not ask this lightly, and do not answer if you do not feel the end result to be worth it. It may not even be a question that yields any fruit. Do the Gaki have a weakness that we could exploit? As far as, if fighting starts, can I make a thing that fucks up a Gaki? Based on material, temperature, anything like that.
Considers the question very carefully. I would say that hubris is, as ever, the, stake to the heart, if you will. Beyond that, the answers are, we too rot in the sun. Places of defiled chi do indeed make us very ill. But beyond that...
Okay. Well, I don't want to make a sunlight gun, and I don't want to defile chi.
No.
So no.
I would say the hubris is the best weapon we can use.
We have to do this as subtly and carefully as possible. It's not our strongest trait, but it's what we got. So, the remote location.
Remote location. I'm not super subtle, but I'll try.
You
do not sell yourself short, Slip.
You could go unseen. That's subtle enough, ain't it?
Unseen, unless I interact with anything at all, and I don't know that would protect me from Gaki vision.
Oh, that's right. Well,
not all the Gaki have my senses.
But
not all the Gaki am as I am.
Oh. Are you willing to bet that? Because here's the thing. I have been working with the Gaki for a while. I've got quite a bit of reputation with them. There's a fair chance they just go, "Oh, it's fucking Slip," and then bully me the whole train ride.
Yes. However, they would not eat you.
I guess, but at that point, I guess you could use me to distract one train car full of Gaki.
Well, I'll say this: you didn't exactly lead them on worse than what they already think about our kind. We did them a solid last we were with them.
Indeed, Slip. Now, do not get me wrong. I mean this as a compliment, but from the Gaki perspective, I have had nothing but respect for you. You very clearly know your place.
Oh, very aware. And that's what I mean. I don't think they were necessarily including me with you guys. I think I could reasonably, get a couple of them to play a board game with me or something, maybe. Maybe. I could reasonably try to just be like, "Oh, hey, guys, I bought a ticket. You want to... What's up?"
I would not bank on that.
Yeah.
Affiliating with your kind is what got me cast out, and I doubt anybody should like to follow my example. However, I do believe that you would be underestimated.
This is not a suggestion that you're going to go on that train alone. I hope you know that. You're not going by yourself.
Great. I would do it. I don't think it's bad idea.
I would not ask that of you, Slip.
I could go with you as Mr. Crowley.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. I could I mean, I could request transit on the train just to travel. Go through my normal channels of I would like to travel on your train. And then while I'm there, maybe use my field kit to create some technical difficulties, and I've got to walk the train to figure out what's wrong, and if I happen to grab a big gold idol and jump off the goddamn train, who's to know?
Well, we would also be there in the crates, in the postal crates.
Especially considering as you were last seen leaving in the company of us, and I doubt they would presume you would have turned traitor on your own kind so easily?
I have betrayed my own kind for the Gaki several times in the past.
Oh yes, no, I am aware of this, but so quickly is the phrase I wish to underline.
Alright, fair enough.
I think that it is a good idea that you and Mr. Crowley, Daisy in there, go on visibly onto the train to travel. Do as you said, create some problems in which they need your skill set to help with. The rest of us will be in those crates and be able to pop out once the idol is found. You'll be able to tell us over the earpieces, so we'll know exactly where to go to grab the idol, and from there we do what needs to be done to get off the train. I'll bring grenades.
Jack pops out of the box.
Based on my
Do me a
past...
favor and don't leave my body behind.
Oh,
no. Would not do that. Question, before we continue, actually, Daisy, about your ability. Does it require a certain amount of range? Because if anything, we can keep you off your body off the train and just have you...
There is a range, but I don't remember what it is.
Okay.
Probably amount of meters times X by the discipline dots.
Shiv.
Yes.
Do I have a reason to believe or disbelieve that if I were to contact my Gaki handler and request to be allowed to ride the train, that they would, given my status with them, my work experience, they would be like, yeah, I don't fucking think so. Or would they be like, yeah, that tracks, I guess.
No pun intended with that tracks.
Yeah.
You would be able to at least try to negotiate your way on there. They wouldn't outright say no to you given your status.
Okay.
What if you create a problem with the train before you actually get on it, in order to then be needed to fix it? Because from what I remember, this train doesn't stop.
It stops here and here and here.
Yes, but you know what I mean? It has a continuous route. It doesn't necessarily you know what I mean? So
yeah. Maybe. Well, if I do that, it's going to affect all the trains. I have to be on the train physically to fuck with it. Which is like, yeah. I could fuck with all the trains and then be like, hey, do you guys want me to jump on the famous one and keep that going strong till you sort out the technical issues? I could try that.
It seems like a good way in.
Yeah, I could do that, and then you guys do the shipping crate nonsense, and I'll let you guys know when I see the giant gold idol, and that's when you guys crack out of your cases and do your sleuthing.
Mm-hmm. That's
so slightly out of character.
Yes.
I can travel as far as I want to from my body, but unless I roll a crit, my possession only lasts one scene.
I see. Okay.
So if I go back I may
The
not
other
be there.
the other thing that could be concerning is I think you beast failed or messy crit at some point, and that kicked you out as well.
Oh, okay.
I think Shiv booted you out as a consequence at some point as well. So it's real risky.
To not have my body nearby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So retcon that a little bit.
yeah. So I mean, I'll make sure to get your body out of there should things.
Okay.
So we have to make a very quick escape.
If I can't pop that.
We will arrange the prince will arrange for. It was the prince, right, who's going to make arrangements for shipping crates to be on there. And
Mhm.
the and the night before that, I will create a disturbance on all of the bullet trains. Contact my Gaki handler, like, "Hey, this is literally what I do for you people. Do you want me to do it again?" See if that gets me on with like a work visa or whatever the fuck. And then I can do a little reconnaissance for you guys, and then just be a good boy the whole time. And if you guys rob the train, I'll be like, "Oh shit, that's crazy! I can't believe that happened."
Mm.
Yeah.
To prevent them from taking you and seeing you as a possible accomplice, you know, because it seems a bit strange if the trains get fucked up, you come on the train to help, suddenly their idol's gone, you know what I mean? Perhaps you get the train working again just as we grab it, so they think everything's fine, and then we depart.
What if
Gives you an alibi.
What if we make a replacement?
That is a good idea.
Oh, like Indiana Jones.
Fuck yeah, like Indiana goddamn Jones.
That's a great idea.
You
Then
guys get out of your crates, get the thing, get back, put the replacement in, get back to your crates, seal yourselves back up. They just fucking deliver you. And then, because Ken Noon's fucking right, hubris, they're not going to check that thing.
No. They'll maybe open the door to see if it's still there, but I doubt they're going to do a deep dive on whether it's the real thing or not.
I don't think they would dream of touching that out of respect, even.
Yeah, only meant for the hands of the daimyo, not them. They would see themselves as unworthy, right?
Potentially. Kenun, does that track with you?
Shrug, nod. Eh.
Okay.
That's
well,
Kenon's
could you
way of
help?
saying absolutely yes.
Great. Could you help me make a convincing replica?
There's the question. Could I? Would I've seen the real thing in order to know how to replicate it? Like,
I mean, based.
You know anyone with a 3D printer?
You've seen the mock-ups of the statues. You know what kind of size, scale, and detail to go into. It really comes down to who's brave enough to roll a craft roll for it.
2 dots. I'll blood search the shit out of this. Anybody else got craft who can help?
I do
And then
not
you've
have
also got to
craft.
choose a suitable material and all that crap. Sorry, Daisy.
Yeah.
I just said dump stat.
Drive is a dump stat.
I mean, I've got resources 3 and we're in Japan. I could probably get my hands on a 3D printer.
Yeah.
Then
They
it's
don't sell
just
these
more
in souvenir
guessing, right?
shops, do they?
I don't think so.
somehow I doubt it.
I mean, with 3 dots as
so-
well, you're only going to get a shitty Sony printer that breaks,
It doesn't
within,
have-
like the day after the warranty expires, and they'll be like, well, you're fucked then.
Just enough to print 1 fake sacred statue. Sounds great.
Fuck Sony.
Okay.
All right, then. Okay.
Tragic.
So, that's as good as plan as any, I think.
Yeah, when Elias comes back, we'll go settle whatever this is, and I will begin attempting to purchase a 3D printer.
Okay, then. I'll be right back. With that, I will go to make that phone call to my contact, who will then be able to, give that information to the prince. Just in terms of the location that we want the haven to be, and the transport for us to get onto the train.
Yep.
Through the crates.
Yeah, that will be no problem. And we will now take a break while we go and organise what sort of stamps we need to put on the shipping containers for all of you. We'll be right back.
Bless.
Welcome back. Having made contact with his herd and learned that they have indeed been approached by representatives of the Golden Cicada, Elias has met with the rest of the coterie, who have left the haven, and begin to take seats in the people carrier gifted to them by the prince, driving through the extremely narrow streets of Onakita and joining with the main road, and proceeds toward Kumano Shrine. As the car drives, is there anything you would like to talk about?
Yes, I spoke with my flock, and they confirmed that apparently there's been some people knocking at the door, almost like who are the people who come knocking at your door saying if you want to find Jesus?
Mormons.
Johnny Cash?
Oh,
Jehovah's
yes.
Witnesses.
Yes. Any of those types of solicitors. They had been coming around, knocking on the door, handing these pamphlets out, wanting to invite me to go speak with them or learn the ways of enlightenment or something of the sort.
How did they know about you?
Well, I suppose they found out through me one way or another. Perhaps it was my flyers. Perhaps they know other kindred in the area. I'm not sure.
Yes, I was going to say, Elias, you do hand out those pamphlets.
True.
Yes, I do, but my pamphlets are nowhere near as blunt as these. Mine are much more about finding self-enlightenment. I do not claim to know the path. I don't know if there is a singular.
Not. And that is why I have not eaten you.
I brought guns just in case, so...
Ooh.
Elias would smile and nod at Kenun, and then he'd look over at Marcelina. That may be needed, especially if these individuals are breaking the masquerade.
Well, that is my specialty. You can call it a path to enlightenment.
I don't believe I shall, Marcelina.
I think Marcelina just smiles. Because what do you say? Right? Wait, yeah. Rat.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was simply going to say that this is not, I suppose, the ideal time for such things. There is no ideal time for such things. I wish to thank you all and beg forgiveness for what it's worth. In these past nights we've known each other, though this will likely not surprise you. I was a spy as well as your handler. I made your every action and intent known to my superiors among the Gaki. And though my duty has ever been to serve the cycle in all things, I see now that the master I followed has gone astray. Following orders is easy. Seeing past the sins of learned hubris is less so. But the scales have fallen from my eyes, dear kindred. I may now be Akuma in name, but I am Akuma in spirit no longer, and I thank you for that. Thank you for welcoming me into your haven. Thank you for enlightening me to the truth of the Genji regime, and thank you for showing me the error of my thought. For what it is worth, dear ones. Whereas before I was content to let you suffer in your ignorance. And here he does kind of look at Marcelina. If I may guide you back into harmony with the cycle, I will.
We'll see.
Indeed.
But you are forgiven. At least by me.
Yes, of course. In our society, such things are to be expected.
Bow of thanks. Nonetheless, it is only right that I should apologize for the trespass against you.
Well, you weren't the only one spying, from my understanding. So, at this, like, she looks at Slip through the rearview mirror.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Oh, when you got in the car with Kanoon to go meet with the Gaki. You said you worked for them, and you did admit to betraying your kind before. So
Yeah, frequently and
to
with
the Gaki.
and with gusto. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. There's a couple of spies in this car.
Elias would just be looking out the window.
Oh. Interesting.
Yep. I've been snitching. I don't know if Daisy had been snitching.
I tell everything to the crows.
That's
Nod,
all right.
nod.
Oof.
It's good for at least them to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just fun
Elias.
to talk to.
I respect the harmony you have with nature.
I don't think Elias is a snitch. I think he's a narc. I get that kind of energy off of him. But at least, he snitches to us.
I try my best to be honest and forward with my fellow Kodoi members.
Well, if it means anything to any of you, I am gonna fully commit to this whole ivory tower thing again. I don't know how I'm gonna get the fuck out of Japan after all this goes down, but if you guys leave, I'll probably leave with you.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, Slip. You've been a great friend and Kodoi member.
Yep. For the
You can
most
travel
part.
with me if you want, as long as you're okay with sleeping on couches.
You know what? My back could probably use it at this point. Violet's bed is just... It's all lumpy.
I shall have to consider my next move when this job is done.
Like it was a mattress just laid out on shoeboxes. Horrible.
Well, she's accustomed to cuddling with other Nosferatu, so it probably felt just fine.
Blech, baby.
My followers are always welcoming as well. You don't need to. No. Sorry.
No, you're good.
You trying to recruit me,
No.
buddy?
No pressure to follow the teachings or anything like that. Just as a charitable service, if you ever need a place to crash, they would be more than willing to help.
Hanun just gives a long, flat look. There's a good beat or two, and then he just bows.
I don't think anyone would want to hang out with my family, so I'm not going to invite you.
When I find another cool group of people, that you totally want to hang out with them.
I suspect when this job concludes, another one shall present itself. I ever
Always
served a
does.
cycle.
Always does.
The car travels past open farmlands as Kamano Shrine beckons closer. They see the only wooden building come into sight and bring the car off the main road, parking up along the dirt track that runs alongside. They exit the vehicle as Elias takes the lead and immediately knocks on the door. He is greeted by a young man who answers him with a smile on his face and says in English, "Good evening. Please come in, won't you?" The man stands to one side and allows entry to the large room.
Elias would happily enter.
Before I enter, do I see any other movement, like people mulling about the temple or around it?
Only a few people that are in the grand hall.
Okay. Yeah, Marcelina will step in.
I would stay in the car and take bird form.
Rouse check, I think?
No.
Ah,
Um,
you're right.
Is Crowley coming in like with us, or is he gonna, or Daisy Crowley is he gonna float on in the sky, kind of above us?
I would check to see if any windows were open.
Is it possible for Slip to kind of bring up the rear on the approach, and while everyone is facing the building and the door has not yet been knocked on, activate Unseen Passage to
Absolutely.
snake my way in?
Do a
Yeah, I'd
rouse
like
check
to,
for me.
Follow along with everybody, but as I enter, I would like to activate She Sight and do a vibe check.
As far as Chi Sight goes, one person is Kinjin. The rest are all mortal. Their chi seems aligned to, I think it's the Yang Dharma? The more pleasant side of things.
Well, that's a matter of perspective.
Yeah. Mr. Crowley, you won't find a broken window, but you'll easily find an open window that you can go and perch on and get in and
It was open I was looking for, not broken.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. No problem. As you enter inside of the grand hall, with only a few people inside, most of which are sat in the Caesar position, their heads bowed down in front of a painting showing a simple shadow. A man in a kimono stands below the painting. Kenon, this is the man that is easily recognized to you as Kinjin. He asks one of the kneeling to approach him. Nakoshi overhear him asking for help with his anxiety, so that he may be more confident and successful in his job, and also be able to pronounce words he himself has fucking written. The man below the painting gives a solemn nod, whispers a blessing, holds his hand over a small cup before handing it to the man in front of him and telling him to drink. He catches sight of Lakotri and dismisses the congregation before him. He steps forward and approaches the coven and greets them in English. "Blessed greetings, kindred."
Yes, greetings to you too. How are you doing this night?
I am very well this night, and yourself and your companions?
We are doing well, I believe. I received your pamphlet. Oh, sorry, if you want to say.
No, just a quick thing. You said he poured his blood into the cup to give to.
He covered the cup with his hands and then gave it to the man.
Okay, so I guess then my question would be, does Marcelina smell blood? I guess specifically kindred blood.
Wits and awareness, please.
Can I get a +1 because I'm a blood leech? So if it's kindred blood, she'd be able to sniff it out? Ugh, okay.
No.
Wits and awareness, you said?
Yeah. But worth asking the question. I like the thought there. I did consider it. Oh, bloody hell.
Well,
bloody hell.
Hey. I mean, hey.
You're used to seeing kindred slyly feeding their blood to mortals. This could be that.
Okay.
But this might not be
Just
that.
a thing. Okay. Just a thing to think about. Go ahead, Elias.
I've received your pamphlet.
Ah, you must be Elias.
Yes, I am the one they call Elias.
Greetings, brother. And he'll bring you in for this sort of hug and, kiss the air either side of your cheeks kind of thing.
Elias would give him a hug. Hold on for just a second too long.
Elias, I have questions for you. Do you help your flock in need?
Well, I like to guide my flock when seeking their own personal enlightenments. I believe there's no singular way or path for enlightenment, but that everyone's path is unique.
The path to Golconda is achieved by helping Kine with our own powers to remove obstacles in their way. Do you do this?
I certainly provide advice and guidance.
We help with love, enlightenment, and helping Kine discover the best versions of themselves. Is that not what you do?
In a manner of speaking, if anyone ever needs advice or guidance, surely I've spoken with my flock on an individual basis many times. Anyone who needs guidance is free to come to me.
It simply won't do. We've set ourselves up here instead of Tokyo because Kine that are not in Tokyo need our assistance more than others. We even have members go out and feed the homeless, feed stray animals. This balances the beast with the human spirit within us.
Yes, that does sound like a noble cause. Feeding the less fortunate is certainly something to be commendable. I know I have my flock living as sustainably as possible. We have a nice rooftop garden, and they grow many food items.
It sounds like you provide for their basic needs, but you don't give them their wants. If you give them their wants, grant them their desires, then you will reach a special form of enlightenment that only our kind have the chance to achieve.
And how would we go about granting every wanton whim? I mean, surely we can help guide our flock when achieving their goals and their desires, but what if it is outside of our reach to provide a desire? What if someone's desire is to, say, go to the moon?
Would that bring them happiness, though? Truly?
That's the question I'm asking. Sometimes someone's wants or desires may not bring them happiness. That is why they have a personal path they have to travel to really discover what it is that they truly need.
We have been gifted special powers, unique from anything else. It is with these powers we can help the Kain achieve their goals, be it fly to the moon or marry their neighbor. The blood helps achieve that.
So if I understand correctly, you have a child who needs to learn to ride a bike, and rather than allowing them to fall and get up and continue trying to ride that bike, you put training wheels on the bike and tell them never take off the training wheels. You need these training wheels to ride the bike.
You look at things so two-dimensionally. That is not what the great teacher means. We would help them in any way we can, using our powers. You say, give them training wheels and never take it off. It would achieve their happiness in the short term, but then we teach them how to ride without the training wheels. This is the word of the great teacher.
But if we always rely on the powers of our blood to solve their problems, how will they resolve their problems themselves? It's an issue where now we fix the problems for them and they become dependent.
Let us say we have an addict. Instead of giving him his addiction, we feed him blood. We change his original addiction to one that we can control, and then we slowly wean him off it and deny them their original craving. That is the power of our blood.
And you mentioned before about someone who coveted their neighbor. How do you help them?
Then we would feed our blood to the neighbor. It is our blood that enables us to do these things. It is the blood that gives us the right to do these things. Perhaps you should talk with the Lawmaster. They can inform you of all of the great teacher's teachings.
I should indeed like to learn more.
Marcelina, she doesn't say anything out loud, but it's definitely like she just like raises a brow at Elias. But there is a look on her face of like distaste. This rings of fuckery. So yeah.
Yeah, no. Kenun is calm, composed, but at this point y'all know him well enough to see that there is a countdown in his brain.
Thanks for bringing up composure. Should I do any sort of composure roll?
Not yet.
For any of this? No? Okay.
Not yet.
But the coterie who's familiar with Elias, I think they would see something much of the same. Like, Elias definitely does not like what he's hearing as far as basically these people being sort of blood bonded to fix all their problems, solve all. But he is trying to keep his composure, and he is trying to learn more. He wants to really figure out what's going on. Very well. I think that would be beneficial. I would like to learn everything I can.
The lawbearer is in the next room, teaching. You would be welcome. The man raises his sleeved arm, gesturing to a side room separated only by a thick black curtain. Inside the room, a woman in a white yukata, decorated with sakura, stands over a shirtless man. his back turned to the coterie, his elbows bent forward, content warning by the way. The woman seems to guide his movement with her eyes. She gives the coterie a slight nod and looks down to the man once more, telling him to show his work to the new arrivals. He lets out a quiet "simasen," places a straight razor down beside him, stands and slowly turns to the coterie as he stretches out his arms, showing them large carved kanji symbols for pain, death, and change between various other lines of scars, both new and old, as blood gushes from his freshly made wounds around his forearm and flooding onto the floor. The man shakily says in English to you all, "Long live the new flesh." The woman behind dismisses him in Japanese and tells him to get treatment for his wounds and send someone in to clean his mess. She steps forward, being careful not to step in the man's blood, and bows deeply to the kindred. "Konbanwa. I am the word of the great teacher, the keeper of his law."
Elias would give a very slight bow. Yes, thank you for speaking with me. I was told I should speak with you to learn more of this word.
You ask about the great teacher. I met him once.
Yes.
It was an experience of several lifetimes. What would you like to know? As the woman speaks, a man and a woman appear, silently kneel to the floor and begin lapping up the blood from the floor. The woman before you pays no heed, merely carrying on the conversation, despite Elias trying to talk over her.
I'm sorry, Jim.
It's alright, what would you like to do?
Can I do a insight check to see if she's telling the truth when she says she's spoken to Salat?
She didn't say she spoke to Salat.
Ah, you're right. Okay, never mind. And the master you spoke to, who may that be?
A figure called the Great Teacher. He is the one that has put forth the concept of the cycle of selection, cultivation, and enlightenment. Very few of us have ever met the Great Teacher in person. I was lucky to be one of them. Golconda is real. I have seen the results.
And have you reached Golconda?
I have not yet reached it. But the Great Teacher himself gives a feeling of peace. Ekes the essence of age and solid power. Being held in his gaze makes you feel safe and warm. She has this almost furrowed brow, slightly troubled look as she says that.
I see. And what exactly are the teachings of the Great Teacher?
Great Teacher encourages us all to impart his philosophy to as many people as possible. The paths to Golconda are varied, as are our members. Although we are but a young collective, we have been referenced for centuries.
And with the Great Teacher's teachings, did you partake of the Great Teacher's vitae as well?
It was not necessary. More information upon the Great Teacher himself is hard to find. The Ventrue of Chongqing, God, I am so sorry if I mauled that. It's quite possible. I am very sorry. Have done all they can to find him, as they view him as an enemy, a figure that is dangerous to their control over the area. They have captured and interrogated past members before putting them to the sun, but our following has always prevailed. You asked about the teachings? Seek your path, and don't interfere with another's. Do not allow cruel treatment of the living. Never fail to offer our teachings, and always follow the great teacher's instruction.
Yes, I certainly live by and follow most of those, although I'm unfamiliar with that last tenet to always follow the great teacher's instructions. Isn't that what the other tenets are for? Is this,
The great teacher watches us as we all imbibe the blood of the vessels and grow closer to Golconda. The great teacher will call us for the final lesson when you are prepared to learn. And that is the call that we must all heed, for it is the last answer we shall ever need.
And have you been called?
I have not. Yet. There are still more kind that need my help, such as the young man you saw when you entered.
Yes,
And
that
what help
was...
do you provide?
I'm sorry, Kenan, I missed that.
And what help do you provide?
Whatever help they need.
Gestures vaguely at Blood.
That one is to learn that pain feeds his sorrow. He has only just begun his journey. His lessons must be harsh, for his pain runs deep.
Several feelings, but firstly, I think Marcelina is taking in, if it's all right, she's probably moving about the room a little bit, kind of surveying. Are there windows in this room?
Yeah, there's probably only about 3 windows. One each facing
So
north.
she's like,
I thought I was watching from a window.
okay, so I'll see a crow,
above,
and I'm like,
like I have no idea what they're called, but this set of windows that is at the very peak of the building is probably rectangular in nature and just allows this whole, to give the pun, bird's eye view down.
Okay. So as I'm walking past the door, the windows, I obviously see Crow Daisy, and I'm like, ooh, there she is. But as I look through them, can I see into maybe like other courtyards or other where I can maybe see the followers of?
You'll see
this
that they have like a back garden. It's got wild orange trees, various fruit trees. It actually seems really quite pleasant and peaceful. To an extreme degree, this would be something that wouldn't be out of place in, what would be the correct
little Stepford wifey kind of.
No, I'm
feel?
thinking more traumatic mental trauma hospitals. The back garden there that is just designed to soothe and give pleasant feelings, and not all the followers that you saw are there, but there's probably about 5 or 6 remaining there, including the man that was carving the symbols into his arms. And they actually all seem fairly at peace as they just talk.
Okay. Okay, so then this is a question I have for the ST, right? From the things that I've learned, Marcelina's learned through training and whatnot from the Hakata, what does she know of cults like this in particular that maybe use blood and pain as a teacher?
You could do intelligence occult, intelligence academics, intelligence insight. Any of those tickle your fancy?
Unfortunately, no.
You could swap it for wits and any of those.
I mean, I would have to search the blood for sure. I'm gonna do that. Actually, I'm gonna search the blood with a success.
Lovely. And that's plus
That
3
allows me to add
dice.
3. Right, cool. So I'm gonna do wits and occult was one of the options, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oof, not great. I'm gonna spend a willpower to reroll those 3 right there. Because I wanna. That's a little better. I just want to get some kind of ground to stand on.
Never
here.
heard of the Hunters of the Golden Cicada properly as a group. You'll recognize, though, it is from a very important novel from the 16th century called The Journey to the West. Oh god, by Wu Cheng'en? Cheng'en? Oh, again, I deeply apologize for mauling that name. That is an important name to not maul. 3. I think the importance of the actual golden cicada itself, though, is just beyond your grasp of knowledge.
Okay, so when it comes to the book, then, since that is something that I would have some sort of basic knowledge on, in what way would it pertain to this? Even
That
if
will
it's
be the thing
who
that
the
is
author
just
is.
out of your grasp of knowledge.
Yeah,
Okay,
actually,
and do it. Okay.
I was going to say, thinking about it, as a local who would be familiar with that story, and as someone with some experience towards the Enlightenment-seeking thing, would this
Yes.
does my radar get any
Yes.
pings?
Yes, yes. Intelligence. Academics, wits, academics. It's same, basically. Intelligence, occult, wits, occult. Or
Yeah,
even
I'm gonna
insight.
roll Wits Occult.
Okay.
And I believe I even have a specialty in Golconda, if that should apply.
No, it does not apply.
Okay.
But it will be a slightly for fucking me. Okay, fine. So, Hunters of the Golden Cicada comes from Journey to the West. It relates to the reincarnated Golden Cicada. Now, Buddhist monk Tang San Zhang, apologies again, is sent on a journey to India to retrieve Buddhist scriptures. The monk, whose name I'm not going to butcher, is beset by demons and monsters who attempt to eat the enlightened being to achieve immortality and achieve enlightenment themselves. So the golden cicada is a reincarnation. The golden cicada is reincarnated as the Buddhist monk Tang San Zhang, who was sent to India to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures, which is a very brief synopsis of Journey to the West. It's an extremely important book to the Buddhist culture. And a really good Stephen Chang movie.
So it is fair to
Chow.
say that this is almost like a mimicry or an attempt at mimicking the Gaki's cycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously corrupted.
Right.
Very obviously corrupted. No one needs to roll for that. But then, so is Elias's version.
Sure, sure.
Kenun's internal countdown is ticking.
Okay, I think with that, go ahead.
Could I do a roll to try to learn that information too?
Absolutely. The same again. Intelligence or wits, occult, awareness, academics, or insight.
Insight. Okay, I can't. I do have some better insight than occult. I'll do a willpower roll.
While he does that, despite these people looking like they are at peace, I'm familiar with the peace that is seeming to affect most ghouls. So is it the same? You know what I mean? Like, is this that they're really feeling peace, or is this just being a ghoul? Is this, you know what I mean? And you're just drenched in this philosophy, so you think you are at peace. Especially with mention of like using powers to help them.
That's a very good question. Some of them will certainly be just, in essence, high from having drunk kindred blood, especially one. Others, it could also be the effects of powers, but there's also just the whole crowd mentality of not wanting to be the odd one out.
Yeah, the cult type of mentality, right? Okay.
And you know, these are especially vulnerable people who
right, no, obviously
cling desperately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Crowley, what are you up to at the moment? Is there anything you'd like to be doing?
I'm just listening from the window, looking for any opportunity to help.
Flip? I would assume that you basically the same thing instead of previous dude, you're now same position, but this law bearer woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
Actually,
oh,
go ahead.
Is everyone else around the lawbearer?
Yeah.
No.
Well, Marceline's walking the room. And Daisy's up in the rafters, kind of peering in as a crow.
And it was pretty clear that this other guy was up to some shit. Like from the way he was speaking, it seems like he's kindred.
The first guy you met who said go and speak to Lawbearer is kindred, yeah.
Yeah. I will stay near him because I'm pretty sure they got her if things happen.
Okay.
I'd like to ambush him if Yep. All right, sorry.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you.
So, in past lives, in a past life, I have been a teacher, a mentor. I can understand the drive to seek enlightenment through enlightening others. Certainly, it's certainly a path I've taken. My concern, however, is that in order for an individual to reach enlightenment, certainly it must be an individual's path driven by that individual. I think if we dope individuals with the powers of our blood or use the powers of our blood to solve these problems for the individual, they are not the one leading their path. They are not driving their path forward. We are basically facilitating that for them. It is us trying to do their enlightenment for them, and certainly even if we try to get them to the same destination, they're skipping the journey. And journey is before destination.
Hanun gives a little golf clap.
You seem to miss the point. The enlightenment is not for them. If they achieve enlightenment through what we do for them, it is a bonus. The enlightenment is for us. It is only us that can achieve this special form of enlightenment.
Elias would nod. Ah, I see. I completely understand you now. And Elias would look at him very seriously. I have been there. It does not work.
But it does. I have seen it work.
Take it from me. I have been on that path. I raised a star pupil. I mentored others through enlightenment. I followed this same path to enlightenment almost identically, and it failed. I did not achieve Golconda, and thus I had to choose another path.
I'll just say Kenun at this point is grinning, and it's a little bit too wide. Just a little bit.
Is it the vertical grin or the regular horizontal?
Horizontal at this point.
Okay.
Hasn't
Were your
peeled back yet.
students kind or kindred?
Kindred.
That is where you have failed.
I think from across the room, Marcelina looks at Elias, and if you'll allow, there is a communication almost telepathically of like...
Through the headset.
Yeah, through the fucking ear things. But of you know, Marcelina is like, they gotta go. Like, there's levels of fucked up to this that we have to handle.
I was guiding and mentoring my child, and my child was a saint, a paragon. He helped countless kind, and ultimately, I thought I could do no more as a guide and a mentor. And when I attempted my ascent to Golconda, I did not ascend. I have been down this path, and it failed. This is a dead end.
You have not received the final lesson from the great teacher, nor have I. And that is the key to reaching
There
the
are
final
those
step.
who would say these keys you have were stolen and corrupted.
There are
And
those
the
that
lessons
say
you have been poisoned.
There are those that say that, but we have taken the Master of Raven's teachings, dropped the falsehoods in his learning, and the great teacher now imparts upon all of us that are willing to listen true Golconda. And that is part of why we have asked you here, Elias. If you wish, you can join us. We can join you. And we can share each other's teachings of enlightenment. And between our resources and your own, we are sure to approach the final step and be called by the great teacher. And with you as part of us, and us as a part of you, we can then attempt to legitimately claim territory on this island with your sponsorship.
There can be no enlightenment through the blood bond. That is just servitude.
It is servitude to Kain. It is not Kain we are trying to enlighten, it is ourselves we are trying to enlighten. The Kain are on their own path. They choose to be damned, or they choose salvation. We have been damned already, and by uplifting Kain and using our powers, as is our right, we are the ones that reach enlightenment.
So to be clear, we can achieve enlightenment by standing on the shoulders of the kind to elevate ourselves?
That is one way to put it. But we benefit the Kain as well.
Now, my question is, if it is us who stand on the shoulders of the kind to elevate ourselves, who stands on our shoulders to be elevated?
The great teacher. He has already achieved enlightenment.
So this, to me, sounds like a pyramid scheme and not a true path to enlightenment.
I have a question.
Hang on. Just before the question.
No, go ahead.
It is a pyramid scheme depending on your angle. If you look at it straight on, then that is what it could be. If you look at it to the side, it is a stairway to heaven. I think I'm allowed to say that without getting a copyright strike.
Kenun licks his lips. His countdown is in the single digits.
Marcelina is drawing closer to back towards the group where like Kenun is standing. And as I'm looking at the lore master from sort of the side, is there any way for me to determine maybe in like an inflection of voice or something that they're trying to convince Elias?
I don't think you witness a conversation. That is exactly what they're trying to do. You don't need a roll for that. Marcelina isn't stupid. However,
Right.
Elias might be after he rolls intelligence and resolve.
Oh, intelligence and resolve?
Yes, please.
Shit.
Oh, I see. He beat me to it. I was getting ready to do something.
Kanun, you, as like a side note, while they're figuring that out, Kanun, you still have your like G-Site shit up, right?
I believe so.
Can I search the blood for this?
Yeah.
Justin.
My side question to Kanun is like, can you see in the G-Site when like powers and weird shit is going on?
I feel like I ought to be able to, but that's up to the storyteller.
Okay, alright. Well,
Certain ones, absolutely.
okay.
But demontation mixed with rationalize, I don't think so.
Either way, my countdown's in the single digits, so...
Oh, I know. That's why I
That's
did
actually-
demontation now before it was too late to at least make it a little interesting.
I'm going to do a willpower reroll just to see if I can beat him.
Excuse me.
Puppy.
I'm going to do a willpower reroll as well. Get a little bit more. Get something out of that. 9 dice and 4 successes. 2 3s and a 1.
Marcelina's reaching for her gun.
1 superficial willpower damage to Elias. Oh, you've been given a reroll from the incredible Blobby Boo.
Ooh, thank you, Blobby Boo.
Yes, I have to say, I do like saying that name, Blobby Boo.
Didn't you get a crit on that reroll?
I did get a crit. Thank you so much, Daisy. That's why you're my favorite.
Damn. Betrayed.
4,
Give it to you just a moment.
5, 6. So that brings it to 6. This person would totally sell NFTs.
That was resolving intelligence, right?
Yeah. You gotta beat 6. But you didn't.
Since it's a reroll that's given in chat, does that mean he can do a willpower reroll on the reroll?
He absolutely can if he pays the cost of the willpower.
But he paid it the first time, and that didn't count because he got a reroll.
No, that counted.
Trying to help.
Daisy trying. That's hard to like. Wait.
I mean, it comes down to you want to lose 1 superficial and gamble, or do you want to definitely lose 3 willpower?
I'll try to gamble.
He's taking the gamble, folks.
Oh. Double zeros. Let's go, boys.
Marcelina is hand on the gun.
But it didn't pay off for him. That is 3 superficial willpower damage to you, Elias.
I should have stuck with the old roll.
That's what you get for gambling. But at least someone was kind enough to give you the
Yeah, I
re-roll
know.
in the first place. The wee-woll, well, that's something else. wee wall walk you.
Nuked all my willpower. I nuked half of it.
That takes
He
you down to
nuked
how
the
much
other half.
willpower?
I'm all superficial.
Oh, well, in that
Oh,
case, something else happens.
Oh shit.
Doesn't it, Elias?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And you're going to suffer from... Couldn't have made this any better if I actually tried. I kind of feel like Bully when he made you turn into a white during Gaslight. This is great. Except he did it on purpose.
Oh my god.
Elias becomes overwhelmed with empathy for a personal problem that afflicts someone in the scene, seeking to further its resolution. The scale of the personal problem isn't important. The Salubri understands that sometimes suffering is part of a cumulative situation and not an isolated stimulus. Any action not taken toward mitigating that personal tragedy incurs a 2 dice penalty. This compulsion ends until the sufferer's burden is eased or a more immediate crisis supersedes it, or the end of the scene. And I think the only other person there that's been talking, and even has a problem that you're aware of, is the Lawmaster, who wants to seek your help to join together and claim territory legitimately in Japan.
Oh dear.
I'm so sorry. I want so desperately to help and aid you. I understand the pain you're going through, and it's just I've been down this road and I know it doesn't work. Please help me help you. Allow me to aid you. I can provide you with guidance. I don't want you to take a...
The only aid we seek, though, is to join both our followings together. To make one large community, and then claim territory here so that we may spread our word to others, help other lost souls. Is that not what you wish to do as well?
Certainly,
it has been such a long road, getting from there to here, but I feel our time has finally come.
I would like to rouse to open my face.
Absolutely.
Soon as Canoon's face starts fucking opening,
Yep.
Marcelina's gun is out, and she's taking aim.
Okay.
Probably doing like a sound to fucking let Daisy know it's about to go down.
Yeah, the slip's gonna pop off too.
Slip, we'll deal with you and Captain fucking whatever nickname is appropriate for him. Do
Stealth to see if he notices me last minute, I guess.
yes, exactly that. I can never remember what the blade
Dex,
roll
right?
is. It is wits and stealth.
Wits and stealth. I
Yeah.
dig that. Would this be at perhaps a positive modifier, as he was extremely distracted with the object of their desire speaking with his lore master?
I mean, he's in a separate room on his own.
Never mind, I'm going to roll flat.
Oof. Sticking with it?
You know what? Absolutely not. I'm going to reroll 2 of those. The only 2 that make sense.
That's absolutely fine. You are able to not alert him to your presence, and you may do a stealth attack, which reduces the difficulty to 1.
Fantastic. Excellent. I am going to grapple and just try to get this guy face down on the ground, arm behind his back, be on top of him. How do you top your sub?
Yeah.
Strength brawl.
Kindred specialty applies?
Yep.
Using strength brawl. That's how we top our subs in Vampire.
Absolutely a success. As Slip breaks his obfuscation, grasping the man by his wrist and pushing him to the floor, another hand holding his face into the floor as he just thinks to himself, yeah, I'm still the top Sato.
Well, that's my turn.
Intrusive thought.
Next.
Are you telling me that's not what Slip would think?
I don't know. I'm not Slip.
Topping on a pizza.
So, Marcelina's gonna take a shot at this individual.
I'm over here like Kenyon has exactly one setting!
It's time.
What gun are you using?
I'm gonna use the incendiary gun that Slip made me.
Oh! Yes!
Ooh, the hydrogen peroxide gun?
That one.
Oh.
Does that mean we have a possibility to burn this entire house down?
It's not incendiary, it's hydrogen peroxide. And
So
if
we're gonna go bubble melty.
Not in character.
Yeah.
Can we
but
burn
if
the
the
place
cult
down
shot's
anyway?
a crit, cool stuff happens.
So I'm gonna use the gun that Slip made me, with the peroxide and all that shit in it.
Composure, firearms. The Lawmaster is going to dodge. And does not get a penalty, as they have rapid reflexes.
I do too.
Rapid reflexes is for...
It's
you're
specifically for
literally
tracking.
out in the middle of nowhere, you would have a -2 penalty to dodging. But rapid reflexes basically allows you to matrix dance around bullets.
Cool.
And if you ever have very creative thoughts for it out of combat, I'm definitely up for those.
Okay. Now, so it's technically stealth against kindred is my specialty, right? As this guy is, like, actively looking at...
Wouldn't apply. It would only apply if you're
No.
actually going to use the stealth skill in the roll itself.
Oh, I understand. Okay. Hey, well,
It's worth asking.
We're gonna do a re-roll of that for certain. Not any better. Well, it puts me at a 4, right? So, as the aggressor, I get the shot off.
Yeah, I'm going to reroll.
Hey, she's using willpower.
Damn. Well,
Lawmaster is very quickly able to dodge out of the way of the incoming bullet. Elias, being wary of your itchy trigger finger, is quite aware of this as well, and is able to easily move out of the way. The bullet instead hisses through the air and impacts silently into one of the large wooden panels, creating a strange mess that trickles down.
wonderful. Okay.
Elias. You're muted.
You're muted.
Elias would step between the Lordmaster and Marcelina and turn to Marcelina and say, please, Marcelina, we need to help him. Sure, he's misguided. Oh, sorry. Please, we need to help her. Sure, she's misguided and is on a false path. But surely we can help guide her and help her achieve the path she needs to.
As flavor to this statement, so Marcelina isn't looking directly in Elias's eyes because she's learned a thing or two, and she's looking at his nose. But she, in response, this is totally flavor. Her eyes go black and her fangs all elongate, and she hisses. What she does next will come at her turn, but that's the response to his statement.
I'm like, as Elias is turning towards Marcelina, the way we're arranged in my head, does that mean he's turning his back on Canoon?
Yeah.
And is not currently
Back or
Canoon's
side, but either way,
yeah.
you know, his vision is going to be on
back.
Marcelina at this point, I would imagine,
Yeah,
unless Elias.
I think I have the lore master directly behind me and Marcelina directly in front of me, and then wherever Kenan wants to be.
Yeah.
Off to the left. Yeah, no,
Yep.
Canoon would like to do as Canoon does and launch himself bodily at the threat, as one setting.
Strength.
Face fully fucking demigorgoned.
Actually,
know it.
dexterity brawl.
Okie doke.
And Lawmaster is going to attempt to dodge with a -1 penalty. Because it's the second time they've dodged. Kenon, sticking with it?
That's a sure.
Okay. Kenon vaults forward through the air faster than lightning. It's a little bit frightening. The Lawmaster, however, is able to very quickly, without using her hands, cartwheel out of the way, and produces 2 fans from behind her. Who's next?
I have a question. Can I take my turn after her, after the lore master, yet
If you so
still
wish.
get my turn in the second round?
Yeah, if you so wish.
Okay, I would like to do that. I would like to let her do her thing first, and me still take my first round turn.
I can absolutely do that for you. And you're not in combat.
Oh, we're not in combat? Oh, okay.
Well, you're not in combat.
I want to see what I'm not in
You.
combat yet. Yeah.
Mhm.
I want to see what she does first before I do my thing.
Okay. So the Lawmaster Ooh.
Why is there
You getting excited there, Elias?
Get an enlightenment boner? Is that what happened here?
I'm just
Stop it. This is a serious moment.
Lawmaster
Crashing into windows this time.
is going to look directly at Canon in the eyes.
Oh shit. Wait, can she? His face is open. Can
He
she
would
look
still-
him in the eyes?
He would still have eyes somewhere. I'm sort of picturing,
Right,
he
but-
stretched it out, there's a rolled up tongue, and he's placed 2 eyes on the tongue.
Like
I was just like
Beetlejuice?
Beetlejuice.
I was
Excellent.
thinking, like, what is this, like, Demigorgon spread out face and there's just 2 eyes hanging out at the top? Like, what? Okay.
And we'll say,
Oh shit.
you will
Oh,
forget
shit.
about battling me.
I should have done my thing first.
You want to roll intelligence and resolve, Kenon. I'm tempted to re-roll a couple of those just to squeeze a bit more out of the orange.
Stop it.
Yay.
Stop it. He's wearing his skull tie, you guys. I should have known better. I should have known
pretty good.
Oh, goddamn. Okay, what?
You can reroll one of those, but at best you're going to get a messy critical, and it's only going to give you 6 successes anyway.
Yeah, is it even worth it?
No.
Yeah.
Do I pull out the big guns?
And so, with the margin of 4, not only is the Lawmaster successful in making you forget that you will battle her, but she's also going to implant the memory that Marcelina attempted to shoot you.
You son of a bitch. Okay. Oh my god.
So wait, she's doing this to Elias?
No, she's doing this
She's
to
doing this to
Kenon.
Kenon.
Oh, Kenan. Okay.
Oh my god.
But you will have to probably respond to Marcelina as if she had tried to shoot you.
Marcy's crush finally notices her.
Your Notice Me Senpai has backfired.
You know,
Which brings
this
us
is
to
not how I
Daisy.
planned to spend my Friday evening. I'll let y'all know right now. This was not.
It's a brilliant Saturday morning for me.
So
I hadn't planned
what
for any
is
of
in
this.
the
It's
room?
great.
Is there any blankets in the room?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
I would like to grab a blanket and fly over and put it over the lore master's head.
I love it.
Dexterity and athletics, I think, with the crows.
Do I have for
dice
that as a crow?
Let's find out.
I need a crow sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, never just put the word crow in the core book, because currently I'm searching through every single reference to the word crowd.
Oh, yes.
44 of them.
Or more than that. You fuck. Make it. I'm going to be generous and make it 4 dice pool.
Oh, that's even better than mine.
And don't forget, you don't need to roll hunger dice when you're in crow form either.
Okay, so then I'll just roll. Is it
Yeah.
backspace?
Yeah. Backslash.
There.
Is it roll 4d10? Yeah, you got it.
But I only
fuck
got
me.
1. I'm going to willpower reroll the other 3.
That's exactly what I did, RJ. The book did not like it. Yeah, 2. Fuck it. That's good enough for me. It's only
It's
a
not
blanket.
necessarily difficult.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a sheet, not a blanket.
Yeah.
You know?
Or
And you're
pillowcase.
able to fly down, catching a very light, thin blanket, fly over the top of the Lawmaster, and place it over her face. Slip! Anything you'd like to do with your new
Yeah.
bottom friend?
Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing to him I did to Softy. Activate prowess and just push.
Oh shit.
Just push on the back of it.
Daisy and I were in a very different mind space. Rouse, is it rouse check for prowess? I believe it
Yes.
is. Do the rouse
Yep.
check, and then strength brawl.
Okay.
Is it like a twist or what? How are we fucking this head up?
So picture
We're gonna-
there's like an orange on the floor, and you're the Hulk, and you put your palm on the orange, and then you
Wait.
press down.
Oh, I was
and you
going to
make-
describe it with the most innuendo.
I like this version better. So that's all I'm saying.
That's fine. Slip, you place both hands on his head, and from the very tip, you begin to push down slowly, pushing it inside of his own body, crushing him until you finally feel the wet squelch under both your hands.
Loud and clear.
You crushed the guy's head. I don't know what everyone's thinking.
Cool. Cool. God damn.
After the money shot, Marcelina, what are you up to?
Fucking yikes, what am I up to? Plans have been ruined. Okay.
At this point, you're not aware that Kenun is going to react the way he's going to react. We don't actually know what he's going to do, but yeah.
That's cool. I'm gonna take out my other gun that has the Hold on. Nobody get fucking excited.
Armor-piercing rounds?
Yes. The armor-piercing rounds. Fuck you, Elias, being right fucking in front of me. Shit. Fuck.
Couldn't have planned this any better. I could not have planned this to go this well. It's amazing.
Is VTM like D&D where movement is free?
Within a certain reasonable amount.
Okay, great.
Very
aim around him.
Yeah, and
that's why
because you have rapid reflexes, you are actually able to switch your guns out as well, reload and things for free. I will say that armor-piercing rounds are not going to help you on her. As she doesn't have any armor.
What?
I have a quick question. However, armor-piercing rounds, full metal jackets, they can penetrate bodies. Maybe she could shoot through me.
Why would
I'd allow that.
suggest that?
I would allow that.
Psychopath. Why
That'll
would
help
you
Kenyon calm down.
Character, though.
Yeah, that'll be great for the optics.
It's such an Elias thing. In fact, that is helping.
That is the most Elias thing, and it stresses me out. Okay, well, here we are, full metal jacket.
Beautiful, I love it.
So,
I love it.
So Marcelina's eyes are all black. She hisses at Elias, and in the same movement, rapid reflexes, has the other gun out, and she will shoot through Elias to the lady.
Okay.
I don't want to do it. Never mind. I take it back. Oh, no,
Sorry,
okay,
it's such a brilliant idea. Composure, resolve.
I have to do it because it's Marcelina's shit. You know what I mean? She'll fucking.
And she is going to dodge, but she's going to get a -1 penalty because she wouldn't see this coming until there's a hole shining through Elias' fucking body.
Yeah. I can't call where I want to do it because then it'll increase the difficulty, right?
You'd need to get 2 more successes than normal.
Also, I imagine Elias makes a better door than a window.
I fucking hate this shit, let me tell you. Okay. Fuck me. Okay. Oh.
I'm going to re-roll.
I have a question, Shiv. Since would the lore master be expecting her to shoot through me?
No, that's why she had a -1 penalty.
The lore master. Wait. The lore master also has a sheet over her head.
The fucking
I'll take away 2 successes from her for that.
I just watched the soul leave Shiv's body as he remembered the sheet.
Perfect.
The blood gods on our side. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So that will mean, unless you want to do a re-roll, Marcina, but you don't have to, that you strike Lawmaster with your body. Oh, fuck. Oh. This also means... Okay, so Elias, you're going to take the same amount of damage as Lawmaster, which is 4.
I'm so sorry.
But Elias, you halve it to 2. Lawmaster does not.
Okay.
As the bullet passes through, expertly aimed, Elias is right by where his lung would normally be, but thanks to his age and Marcelina's knowledge of kindred anatomy has long since rotted away, and strikes the Lore Master in her shoulder, ruining her beautiful yukata. Speaking of Elias,
I would imagine there is now some vitae dripping.
is anyone at
oozing
hunger
out of-
4 or more?
No.
Sorry, Daisy. I thought you were doing a thing. I didn't realize. What were you trying to say?
So since Elias just used himself as a kindred shield, basically, wouldn't that be helping someone?
That is true. He took a bullet for her!
Hey.
Wow. Galaxy brain Miss Hearts.
Yes. I gotta say, like, Chastity is like, fuck. Oh my god, you know? Marcelina's like, sorry. Like, not even sorry, Elias. Just like,
Why did you stand there, bro? That's weird.
Yeah, why would you do that? That's fucking dumb.
It
Hey.
happens in animes all the time.
The truth is, right? Marcelina could have sidestepped Elias and shot the fucking but she. It is.
I don't think it's meant to be used that way, as it's meant to be the specific problem that the Lore Master brought up, but I really like your logic there, Daisy, so I'm going to allow it.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can't exactly gain territory if you've been turned into kindred Swiss cheese.
But also, is anyone at hunger 4 or above?
No. At least not here.
It'd be no. Okay, thank God. That would be awkward.
Yeah, Elias is now bleeding all over the place.
Ooh, shit. Okay. Okay. I mean, because of my blood leechiness and your honeypotness, like, you know, mouth waters a little, but I'm able to resist. Okay.
That wouldn't
I
come
have self-control. I don't know. Would it? I mean, does it work that way?
No,
As a
the
blood
mechanics
leech?
still kick in at hunger 4.
Okay, cool. So we're fucking.
Otherwise, all Salubri would be completely bollocksed, let alone Elias. And never, you know, you're taking a big risk if you have a Salubri and a Banu Hakim in the same coterie, let alone if you had Elias and a Banu Hakim in the same coterie.
Could you imagine if Marcelina was a Banu Hakim? Oh, jeez. A blood leech Banu Hakim.
Be in trouble, my guy. Yes.
Okay,
You've been
Elias would just kind of shake his head, kind of like shake off the fog from his head, and then he would turn around and lock eyes with the Lord Master. That was.
She has a sheet on her head.
Yeah, she still has a sheet over her head.
The fucking sheet paid off in the end!
Third party patent.
She's reeling from being shot in the shoulder, so.
With a blanket over her fucking head.
Would I be able to take off the sheet and use a dominate power in one action or not?
Yeah, I'll let you do that.
I will take off the sheet and stare at her angrily. That was very mean-spirited of you. Go lay down. And I use dominate.
Wow.
Compel or mesmerize?
Bad girl, hit her nose with a newspaper.
It will be
Go lay down.
mesmerized.
Go lay in your crate.
With lash.
Show me mesmerize.
The way that Elias is always the nicest kindred. This bitch just demontationed him and he said, bad girl. What? What?
Spray her with a water bottle.
Ma, there's a really fucking ugly kindred in the house. Ma!
And I'm also going to. I want this to succeed, so I'm also going to vow.
Well, then fuck you, so am I.
Sorry. Oh. Okay, so my manipulation, dominate, plus your intelligence resolve.
Yep.
One moment.
This has been one of the best combats we've ever had, I have to say. And while we're waiting for Elias to roll... Oh, no, he's done it. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, D&D Roll Call.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
I'm going to re-roll the 2, the 5, and the 4. Oof. Oh, hang on, Elias. What generation are you?
I am 10th.
Well, in that case, I'm just going to use the willpower I did for the re-roll to just burn that instead, and no.
What? Pardon me?
Is that a thing in V5? I know. It doesn't work.
Put the sheet back on.
He's Gen 7.
Oh!
Fuck!
Oh, no.
Okay.
Kenon!
Okay.
You've recently had the experience that you think you've been shot at by Marcelina.
Yep.
You've completely forgotten that you were doing battle with the Lawmaster.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Oh my god.
Hanun reels back, kind of staggering away from the bullet he is fully convinced just flew past his head. Spins around just in time to see Marcelina shoot a bullet straight through Elias! And, well... The threat is clear. She has given herself to Yomi. Hanun has exactly one setting. I'm sorry!
I fucking love this so fucking much. Amazing. So great.
Dex and athletics,
Cool.
Kenon. Marcelina, you can dodge if you so wish, or you can shoot at her. Him. My god. Gender pronouns, why the fuck do we still have them?
Honestly.
Marcelina, you can dodge or you can shoot. If you shoot, it will be your last go. Gone.
Okay, so here's my question, right? If I do this dodge, can I use my awareness specialty to give me an extra point? Or an extra dice?
I like that logic. Oh, wait.
Okay.
What skill is the speciality associated with awareness?
Sight.
Is it sight awareness?
Yes.
I'm afraid
awareness.
not then, because you would have to be rolling something with awareness. So you've got to roll Dex and Athletics to dodge.
This is some bullshit. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna search the blood. That's
plus 3.
Cool, successful. Plus 3. And then what is it for the Dex and
Dex and Athletics, please.
Oh my god, you guys don't understand how bad. Anyway.
We'll work on it.
Fucking.
So we'll teach you how to jiggle. We'll teach you how to cover yourself in butter and slip out of situations. Don't worry.
He's gonna fucking kill me. Okay, it's fine.
Kenon launches himself through the air like a speeding bullet, pouncing upon Marcelina, forcing her to the floor, bearing his entire giant maw over her. You are grappled.
Hey, sweetie. Hey.
Oh, just in time, however. Zephyr has kindly given you a reroll, Marcelina.
Oh my god! Thank you, Saphir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to kill Marcelina.
Yes.
It's
thank
probably
you,
not going
Zephyr.
to help me.
I mean, I live for the drama! But not here, not like this.
So, question, do I have to also re-roll the rouse then to
No.
surge the blood? Or
No.
so it's the whole thing. Okay, great.
Yeah, if you want, you can re-rouse the roll itself as well if you'd like. Oh no, fuck it, I'm going to count the rouse in there as well. Fuck it. Do Dex and Athletics with a +3, and everyone remind me in future that if you've roused, then you can include that in the re-roll as well. Because
It didn't help, but thank you so fucking much anyway. It did not help me at all, because...
Is that really your
This
Dex
is
and
what-
Athletics with a +3?
Yep, because I don't got shit in athletics.
Jesus,
and I had
Marcelina,
to
put the
switch all my shit
Doritos
in-
down!
Excuse you, I am made of muscle. Fuck you. But also, Doritos are delicious, so
They
also
fucking
fuck you.
She's like that special kind of buff where like she can't reach her back. Like she's too muscular.
Yeah.
All traps, all the heavy guns that she's had to, you know what I mean? It's all
Yeah.
this. All
But yes, Kenon launches himself through the air, landing deeply upon Marcelina, forcing her to the ground and bearing his giant maw at her. You are grappled.
If he's roaring at me, Marcelina is roaring back. So we're just yelling at each other right now. It's fine.
Lawmaster has had the wall pulled away from her eyes. She is looking at this entire chaos. I think she's just going to say, my work here is done. She is going to use fleetness and just exit stage right.
Oh,
That little bitch. That's fine. I got
Somebody
you.
remember you're fighting her so I can eat her face!
No, stop. You're not gonna eat my face.
Daisy!
You're not gonna eat my face.
Mr. Crowley.
Same trick, different person. I would like to put a blanket over Canoon's head.
Okay, Dex Athletics, dice pool of 4.
I will say, that's the best move. If somebody's trying to bite your face, like, yeah, that's what you do.
Daisy special.
The Daisy special, yeah.
Yeah, I said 2 was enough last time, didn't I?
Yeah.
So
Pick
yeah,
up the same sheet.
same sheet as Daisy in crow form swoops down once more, seeing Kenon and Marcelina grappling, and diffuses the situation as best as she can after the Lawmaster has left, and places the blanket straight over Kenon's, lack of a better word, face. Final round, Slip.
Does Slip... Is he able to see this lore master leaving?
Nope. Not with fleetness.
And so he glances over and just sees everybody dogpiling Kenun, who's on top of Marcelina. Right.
With a blanket
So
over his head.
So he's unable to see right now, yes?
Kenon, yes.
Yeah.
I have the
Up until
silence
moment
of
where
death.
I eat the blanket.
I have the silence of death. So I don't make any sound as I run up and try to full Nelson and pull him off of Marcelina.
It is a bit of a distance. I normally wouldn't allow it, but as this is the final round of combat, I'll let you do that.
If not, how about this, Shiv? If
Yeah.
this guy's not dust already, can I chuck his headless body at Kanun?
I love that.
Take some food. Ugh.
Throw the dog a bone.
Dex Athletics to yeet a bitch.
Yes.
Can I convince you to allow strength because I'm eating a large, heavy, wet object?
That absolutely, yes, you can.
Oh, thank God, okay.
Strength brawl to yeet a bitch.
Okay, strength.
Kenon, despite blanket, you still get a chance to dodge if you so wish. Oh,
Messy crit and prowess is active, so have fun with that.
Oh my god.
You know what?
Oh my god.
The way I see it
No,
in my
wait.
head.
Can he dodge? Because
Got a blanket
he's
on
got a
his head.
sheet over his head, and
Kenan won't
I
get
mean,
a
it's
chance.
It's kind of. I was gonna say the way I see this scene is Kenun, who is used to eating people whole, clothes and all, would not hesitate to slurp this blanket up like a big old pasta noodle. Like,
Oh my god!
that thing's.
Holy shit!
He eats the blanket and then just gets
How could he do
slammed from
that
the side
before his turn?
with a wet corpse.
Hey.
Like, he has one setting. He is currently like laser focused Marcelina. He's not paying attention. He gets beamed with a dead body. I accept it.
Kenan, Dex Athletics with a -1 penalty.
Okie doke.
This is wild. I should have shot this bitch the second we walked in. God damn it.
Yes.
Increase your hunger by 1, please.
Oh no. Okay. Yep. My turn. Yep. Go ahead.
Now do a hunger frenzy check for me, please.
Oh sure.
What's the modifier, Elias?
Oh,
it
yes.
by
Let me
your
double check that
bane?
because it probably went up.
Great.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
for the Bane, it is difficulty 2 plus Bane severity, which I think is 3 now. Yeah.
Okay.
So the difficulty is going to be +5, and then hold on, let me find my delicious
Plus
perk, because I
5?
think it's going to reduce your pool as well.
Great.
And you're going to take a 2 dice penalty to your pool. So the difficulty is +5 and your pool is -2. Good luck.
Great.
What? You're the one that's dead.
Shit.
You need 7 successes, is what it comes down to. Slip.
Yep. Okay.
With a -2
God.
penalty.
Yep. Hard to believe, right?
Okay. So hey.
We'll get to that.
So hey.
A body has been yoked. We'll get to me.
And the body has
I'm
been
in
yoked. Kenan, though, unfortunately was able to dodge. No, they were not able to dodge out of the way.
Yeah, no.
And you will be able to break the grapple successfully.
Okay, cool.
Fuck me.
Hey. So hey, right? I think I got a good view of what's happening currently, and seeing maybe one slip about to charge Elias, who's actively bleeding right now.
We're not on
Right?
that bit yet.
What do you mean?
Oh, he is going into hunger frenzy, but that was the end of his turn.
I'm sweating. Oh my
So
God.
this does bring us to your go. But yeah,
Okay.
you're not going to see Slip giving into the hunger frenzy yet. That's going to happen at the end of it, because this is all happening in seconds, a matter of
Right.
seconds.
Fuck me. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. God, fuck everybody right now.
Yeah, this is great. This
And
is
I
just
didn't
pure
see-
PvP at this point.
And I didn't see this bitch fucking run out because she's fleetness, right? I just know that she's gone now.
Yeah.
You've kind of forgotten about her at this.
Yeah, once Kenan has been slapped with a wet corpse off of you,
Right.
you'll be able to just look around and you'll see Elias bleeding profusely, a crow that's just like, that was a lovely blanket.
Yeah.
Blank's so bloody now.
Slip,
Not as
who
lovely
is
as before.
probably just slowly staring at Elias, doesn't look like he's about to give in to the frenzy, but slowly and surely is.
Okay,
And you're just there like,
what is going on? Yeah.
which does make this tougher for you, I'm afraid.
It does, because the options for things to do has decreased. Y'all, I don't even know what to do.
You don't have to do anything if you don't want to.
Well, I want to intervene so that fucking Slip doesn't eat Elias.
Yeah, we'll be dealing with that afterwards.
Okay, I gotta pretend like I don't know.
I mean, your more
humans,
pressing
are
concern would be the fact that Kenon is still probably going to attack you. Nothing has been...
Oh!
Yeah, nothing has been done to stop him wanting to attack you. He has just been yoked off of you from grappling you.
Fuck. I'm gonna get up, and I am going to... I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna run behind the humans that are in the room.
I thought they were all outside.
Are they still?
Yeah,
Are they still? Or did they leave? Oh, they left. Oh, I mean, makes sense. Their master was shot at. Cool. Fuck. Well, I'll. Okay, so Marcelina.
Operation use Elias as a kindred shield.
No, I'm
was
good.
last
He's
turn.
already gonna get eaten. Okay. I think he's already having a bad day. I don't. Also, Marcelina's not concerned about that. Marcelina gets up and she's gonna kind of madly cackle, and she is gonna sort of wait for Kanun to not get up, but sort of like get his bearings, and then she's going to wink at him, and she's gonna run out the room in hopes that he'll chase her.
Would you like a bloody sheet?
Yeah. Well, it's in his gut now, so I don't think we could reach in for it. So, yeah, Marcelina's just gonna hope he fucking runs after her and get to step in.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah.
Because that is the most I can do right now. I am so sorry, Elias.
Speaking of Elias, stood there looking like a spicy pepperami.
I imagine as Slip is like bearing down on Elias. Elias like look up at Slip, kind of looking just like mentally exhausted.
He's not bearing down at you just yet. His last action was throwing this corpse, seeing it impact with Kenon, and then he's going to give in to the frenzy at the end of this combat.
Okay. So at this point, I suppose Elias is just kind of still.
Yeah, basically, it comes down to you're in combat with Kenon. That is the combat that's going on. Well, that is the combat that is going on.
Okay, Elias would go up to Kenon and be like, Kenon, please stop. We can't be attacking each other. This is all that Lore Master's doing.
No power. No, that's probably not a really. That's not a good idea, is it? Yeah.
That's my last resort. I want to try to appeal to Kenon without using disciplines.
Elias. Charisma, persuasion. Because you're not lying. You're not trying to manipulate the situation. That is absolutely honest. Kenon.
I will say, for what it's worth, he's not in any sort of frenzy. He just genuinely thought that Marcelina was a threat to himself and the coterie. She just bounced. First instincts is kind of like, okay, are the rest of us okay? What's going on here? She just went full Yama King, like...
Composure.
How quickly
insight,
can I eat
Kenon.
this body and then steak a dude? Like...
Yeah, composure, insight,
and insight?
Kenon. Yeah.
Aye.
Oh, if Kenon is doing an insight roll, I get a... it's a higher difficulty. Well, I guess it's contested, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Contested can still add X
Okay.
amount.
Yeah, I have underestimated. There is something... Basically, I get a penalty to intimidation, but they get a penalty to insight.
Well, in that case, that's absolutely going to you, Elias. As Elias tells you this, Kenon, you realize he is being completely forthright and honest with you. You don't know what's gone on. You can't remember. But You believe him. You don't need to be attacking Marcelina at this particular moment. This is all the Law Master's doing. And that is going to bring you out of combat. Sadly, Slip, the beast inside of you, roars up as you stare at Elias, looking at the delicious vitae leaking out of his body, intoxicating you and enticing you. You are overwhelmed to drink from him. You can ride the wave at the cost of a willpower, or you can give in and let me control your character.
If I ride the wave...
Cost of willpower? You are still frenzying. Difference is, you get to control how you're frenzying.
So I'm not able to spend a willpower and then immediately start smacking my head on the ground. I have to pursue food.
Yes.
And
you still have to give into the frenzy, but you decide how you're going to do it. Whereas, you know me.
In the next room?
Pursue food in general, or in this case, does he have to specifically pursue Elias?
He has to seek the freshest, closest source of blood. And Elias is overwhelmingly delicious.
Yeah, I'd say
Well,
if you're
Marcia
starving,
ran out of the
there's
room.
nothing-
Would it be her right now that's closest to me?
You're in the room, aren't you?
I'm at the other room where the dude was.
Wait, you
And I
just yeeted a corpse
threw
at me.
him-
Where are you?
I threw him 1,000,000 yards into to the adjacent room with prowess.
Ah, long throw water balloon. Gotcha.
Yeah, like he full on like starfish spiraled before he hit you.
Marcelina, did you leave the building or did you just run out of the room?
I just ran out of the room, if I'm honest.
In that case, Marcelina is likely the closest source of vitae to you, Slip.
Okay, so it's either let you attack Marcelina with prowess active Slip and her dodge pool of 1, or I spend
I'd be sending you
willpower
off. I'd be sending you off after Elias.
Okay, if I spend the willpower, can I go after the mortals in the next room?
No, the closest source is Marcelina.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
after
me
me.
up, fam.
Come on. Come on. Alright. Come on.
I think
Would Marcelina want him
And if
to
you
do
go
that?
after Elias, I'm right there and could be like, hey, yo, nope.
Come on.
I think if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
So I think what it comes down to is the base fact alone that Slip would try to resist it and spend the willpower without really being able to fully plan out what happens next. He would fight it till the end, and that means Marcelina.
Come on.
She can at least defend herself. Elias is just going to stand there and apologize for inconveniencing me while I fucking eat him. Like, she'll try.
And none of us have time to do anything yet because we don't realize yet.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. I'll have to double check it. But I think if you choose to ride the wave, that's free. If you spend a willpower, you can stave off the frenzy for a round. But it's still going to happen.
Hey, it's alright. Come on.
One hopes the player still has some willpower to spend to take control of the vampire. Written literally in Hunger Frenzy. Because I thought it was free as well, and then I just thought, well, what's the fucking point of riding a wave? Everyone would just ride the wave if it's free. It's not free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool.
Literally
Come
copied and pasted from the core book itself.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's alright.
Alright, so I'm going to run over and try to grapple Marcelina, I guess.
These motherfuckers.
He has to grapple her before he feeds on her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is where I'm hoping the rest of you come in.
It is a smart move. Because he is giving into the frenzy and he's also giving everyone a chance to stop him. And then Elias
Cool. I
comes
have a
traipsing
question.
in.
So I have a question. Can I have a response to this? Him tackling me?
Yeah. You can choose to fight off. You can choose to fight him off. To resist the grapple, it's strength brawl. So it's a strength brawl contest.
Well, here's the thing. So I have an idea. You tell me if I can do it. Because I know that this particular pain will cause another frenzy, but it won't be a hunger frenzy. It'll be a fear frenzy.
You would have to grapple him first, though.
Even if he's on top of me?
That would count as a grapple. Well, you would have to let him grapple you. Grapple you. Just give in to the grapple.
Yes.
And the other downside is, if he passes that frenzied check, which I think he would actually get bonuses for,
would he?
Then he would still be under hunger frenzy anyway.
I think the frenzy gives you a bonus to further outside sources.
Yeah.
Here, and also, by the way, under effects of frenzy, the player can spend a willpower point to assume control of their character for a single turn while in frenzy.
Just so I can do whatever I want?
But he's already...
No, you've still got to give... You remain in frenzy, but you are in control. Whereas if you don't ride the wave, I'm in control of your frenzy.
Understood.
Okay, so with that being said, right, I'm just going to say my intent. I let him grapple me, and just right where he has me pinned down, I would bite down on him using the Hakata's Kiss, which causes the pain and the fear frenzy. And sort of, I mean, I'm also a blood leech, so, like, I don't know if that fucking plays any factors into this, but...
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're not under hunger frenzy, so...
Right. I'm just thinking, because I guess what I'm thinking is, not that maybe that the fear would cancel out the hunger, but the fear allowing him to, he's got to run.
Yeah. It may also depend by what margin I succeed.
And I mean, the bite itself, if like the pain at the very least will break the grapple, that way I could run. Whichever.
Yeah.
But that's my intent.
Okay. Slip. Terror
Yes.
Frenzy. Difficulty 5.
Sure. And are there bonuses to this at all from other frenzy or nah? Because you didn't seem sure. Perfect. All right. No way I'll succeed.
Yeah, the bonuses are only for mental-based disciplines. This is not.
There you go. 4.
Discipline. Fine. Would you like to ride the wave, or would you like me to leave you in control? Would you like me to stay? You know what I'm trying to say. English words hard.
I spend
This is for this is for the fear frenzy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll spend another willpower to just control where I go.
How much willpower does that leave you at?
Run.
It leaves me at 4. I've got 6
Then that's
total.
absolutely fine.
Run.
As the beast inside of you once more screams at you in response to Marcelina's bite, you are terrified, consumed by the overwhelming compulsion to run. Where are you running to?
I would perhaps enjoy sheltering myself in the comfort of our brand new people carrier brought to you by the Prince of the City.
Are you sure?
Oh, don't do that.
Oh, okay, no, off into the night. You'll never find me, boys. I'm gone.
You understand my panic?
You have chosen wisely. As Slip, terrified by the beast, charges out of the complex and straight out into the wooded lands around.
I would like to follow him.
Are you sure?
I'm in crow form.
So she's up
Are
in the air.
you sure?
Yeah.
He is going to end up in hunger frenzy after he is done.
And I'm in the trees.
Oh no.
Okay.
As a
I'm
crow. He would have to eat a crow.
Well, you see, my plan was he runs into the forest and then he slakes his hunger on animals.
How do you use things to catch the crow?
Oh, that's so much better than me drifting back towards the city like a fucking
Psychopath?
yeah.
And
Like, I'm gonna stay up high in the trees and just make sure he's okay.
Yeah. I don't think she's gonna land on his shoulder and be like, "Hey, Slip."
I'll
Hey,
tell
what's
you
up,
what,
buddy? Oh!
Chicken
do
nuggets?
for me,
Catch while there's
Daisy.
rabbits on the ground.
Do for me, dexterity, stealth. In crow form, that's going to be a 4 dice pool with no hunger. Slip,
Oh, please.
wits, and
Yeah.
awareness, please.
Oh. Okay. Can I have a negative because my brains are fucking scrambled?
Absolutely not, because this is what your brain is geared up for, is hunting for food. Shit.
Yeah.
Daisy, would you
Or
like
does a crow have?
a reroll of any kind?
How much willpower does a crow have? Or am I using my own willpower?
You've used your own willpower in this instance.
Okay, well then I would like a willpower reroll.
Absolutely.
2 die.
Yeah, you can do it 2 die or tomorrow.
Haha.
Okay, Daisy.
And the split goes to Daisy.
Yeah, I'm going to give that
right?
to Daisy.
Oh.
As Daisy does have the advantage of being able to take high ground, despite Slip being prime alert for food. He will probably catch sight of Mr. Crowley and think to himself, it's not worth the effort when I could go looking for a warthog, a bear, or anything else in the Japanese countryside far easier.
Rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
So much things easier to get than a crow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that is how you two are going to end the night. Kenon,
Thank you for not going back
Marcelina.
to the car and eating me.
Hey, no problem. Anytime.
Kenon, Marcelina, and Elias, who is obfuscated. How would you like to end the night?
I'm not in the same room as them, but
No, but all that chaos is now over.
Yeah.
I would like to uncertainly remark to Elias about just reaffirming what happened there, but as he is currently invisible,
I mean, I imagine, like, as a side note here, that, like, Kenun can look at his own body and realize, like, oh, I have not been shot. You know what I mean? Like, that did not happen to me. So at the very least, know that Marcelina didn't take the shot at him.
yeah, if Elias were, it'd be like very much, she shot me? She shot you? What just, wait.
So while
who's
he's
got a
having
Elias
that,
impression?
that. So while Kenun is having a minor crisis of memory, now I've got a question for you, sir. This facility, is it like multiple? Some temples are like they have multiple. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What am I
This is
looking
a
at?
very
It's
simple
one
wooden
walk-
structure. You had the Great Hall, you had the room that you were in, and then you have the very, very, very nice garden. That's probably now empty, given I expect there was a lot of noise, and they're like, we don't like sound of this, we're going to let them do what they need to do. I'm sure it's for enlightenment purposes and doesn't involve the likes of us. I'm going to go home. Unless you want there to be someone in the garden, in which case there fucking absolutely is someone in the garden, you better believe it.
No, so Marcelina. Oh, fuck, this bitch fucking got away. God damn it. Cool, that's not gonna bite us in the ass later. I think. God, I want to burn the fucking building down, but there's no one in it, so it doesn't matter. Marcelina.
There can be if you want there to be.
No, because then I'll lose more humanity. Not that Marcelina cares, but me as a player does. I think.
Burn it to watch it burn, man.
Yeah, but then we're all gonna have to do the whole fear thing from the fire, so.
No, I would.
You know.
If anyone's going to be able to set a fire that you know is going to start spreading and not trigger the Rotschreck check, it's going to be Marcelina. Or, in fairness, Kenon, who is also an arsonist.
Right, so I think Marcelina's going to do the quick peek into the room, because I know you said there was like a black curtain that separated the space. I'm going to just peek and be like, Kenon, you good?
Just looking around, very reevaluating reality.
Yeah, it's a doozy when they fuck with your head, huh?
Is that what happened?
Oh, yes.
You did shoot Elias, though.
Well, that's because the idiot was also fucked with in the head and stood between me and the target. And I figured, well, she's the problem. We're gonna have to take the shot.
I see. Then perhaps all hope is not yet lost. Very well, then.
You want to help me set this place afire?
I would be delighted.
Alright then, she fucking pulls the curtain away and is like, let's fucking set it on fire, you know? And her and Kenon will get to work on that.
I gotta break character for a moment to go, arson, 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 arson!
Yeah. And you know, just casually, in case Lass is still lingering around and obfuscate, it's just like, hey, get out the building, we're gonna set it on fire. You know, I'll give him that fair warning. And then, yeah, we'll set it ablaze.
Woo!
Absolutely fantastic. And I assume board the people carrier and head back to your haven.
Collect our people, if we can.
Yeah, I mean,
well.
Slip's going to be out in the wilderness for a fair old while.
Okay, so question.
Daisy's daisying.
That's true. But question for Slip. Does Slip have his phone with him? I imagine he does, but I just want to double check.
Yes.
Cool. Marcelina is going to send a message, whether he's able to read it right now or not, but she's going to send a message saying, I'm sorry, she's not going to say I'm sorry. She's going to say, I know that it hurt. It was only to stop you from taking a bite out of me. I'll see you back at home. And she'll actually send him a little black heart emoji. Oh.
Can't check my phone right now, can I? I'm out here eating monkeys and warthogs and stuff.
Yeah. Text me when you're sane.
Text me when you get home when you're sane.
Literally. Okay, cool.
And then yeah, we'll just take Elias and Kenon while the building is ablaze behind us and fucking drift on out the parking lot and back home.
Is there anything, now that Elias is no longer obfuscated, the three of you would like to talk about en route?
Right, so that's gonna be a problem.
Critically, I mean, one scene is gone, so I would wake up at some point in the car.
That's very true. And there's probably been enough time for you to know that, yeah, Slip, he's going to be alright, but he's going to want to brush his teeth.
Mr. Crawley would continue to follow him.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I've never been I've never had my ass handed to me in a battle of wills like that.
It's sad, don't it?
That kindred is very powerful, and they just shrugged off my dominate like it was nothing. They must be very powerful indeed.
I do
but
regret
they
that my
are-
vision was clouded.
But they are not immune to bullets or to fire. We live to fight another day.
Unfortunately, so do they.
Unfortunately. But we know what they are and can put the word out, especially since they're hated by the Ventru. Maybe get a little blood hunt going. We'll see.
Perhaps that would help.
They are not welcome among the Gaki either.
Yeah, there's not too many places that they can go around Japan where they'll be safe.
Their destruction would be a service to the cycle.
There it is. So, perhaps we put in a word to the prince, let them know this issue, what they are, and maybe let. Oh gosh, is the Venture Primogen called Cabraxis?
Yes.
Or was that the Malkavian? Cabraxis. Let Cabraxis know about them and, their intent to take over more territory in Japan.
At least they didn't get their initial goal of trying to receive my backing and support to legitimize them.
That is a positive. I am not sorry about shooting you, Elias. You decided to, in your weird state, get in the way of the shot. But I do wish I didn't have to worry about that happening again.
It's quite all right, Marcelina. I understand. I was not in my right state of mind, and well, you know firsthand that I try to protect others, and I often put myself between my friends and danger. I'm surprised you were able to shoot through me, though. Usually my body's stern enough to stop most hollow points.
Well, I had a little help from the TID armory, so.
Oh, I see. I guess your bullets were made of sterner stuff.
Right. So, hopefully we can cause a blood hunt to occur. There's like a wild delight in her eyes at this, and that'll get rid of that problem. Hopefully Slip does come back.
He'll come back.
He's gonna want to come back. I don't know too many people that'll be in favor of him either. He's not exactly safe. And he's out there in the forest? There's Lupine out there. Oh shit, there's Lupine out there.
I've got Mr. Crawley following.
Oh good, okay.
Flip
well,
does have a knack for survival.
Yes, he does. And Sato will never let us hear the end of it if we let Slip die. So, I really don't want to hear the whining, so let's just make sure he comes back. Yeah. Well, that's that then.
And you will make your way back to the haven without incident. Wrap yourselves up for your day rest. And that is where we will bring an end to this glorious session. Glorious.
Oh my god.
That was
The
great.
100th time that the coterie almost ate Elias.
Elias is a chaos gremlin without trying to be a chaos gremlin. And if you too want to make a chaos gremlin, you can do the same as our players who have made use of the unofficial player's guide from Bully over on Tablegoth. Link is in chat right now. You can check that out. It's really reasonably priced and some fantastic stuff in there. See you, RJ. Take care. That said, Marcelina.
Glazed chaos.
Marcelina, who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Hello, everyone. I am Chastity. I play Marcelina here on Table of Horrors and some other things in the future. Because I do TTRPGs. Like I said, I do stuff on here. I did a thing on Table Goths. Go check out that stuff. It's great. And I am also with Line Up Gaming, to which we do VTM, and in the future there will be other wonderful TTRPG games that you can watch over on Twitch. If you'd like to follow me, I am the Risa Rave on all social medias. I put all my updates, though, on Twitter, so that is the site to follow.
Slip, out in the wilderness, among the trees, the forest, and the many, many venomous snakes. Who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm Vamp Daddy. I stream variety here on Twitch. Right now I'm playing Arcade Paradise, where I say no to my father and run an arcade instead of a laundromat. And I'm also on Twitter at Vampire Father. And then I'm here on Fridays.
Daisy, who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I am Ms. Hearts, and I do maybe too many things. You can find me just about anywhere as Ms. Hearts. Also coming up, trying to remember them all, September 17th, I will be doing burlesque at the Talk Like a Pirate show at Moon Tower Saloon in Austin, Texas. I believe that's at 7 p.m. On September 25th, I will be doing drag at a Disney-themed drag pizza party brunch. Location to be disclosed. You can get link. All of this is in my links in chat. On October 1st, I will be bartending for Horoscopes, which is a burlesque show. And on October 29th, I will be doing drag and burlesque at Tits or Treats at Come and Take It Live in Austin.
The pirate. Oh.
Yep. Yeah.
No.
No, I was just going to continue. Go.
No, please do. Please do.
I was going to do my usual, and if you need graphic design or promotional products, go to gibopromo.com.
The pirate theme show, if I had a map, would XXX mark the spot?
Only for my act, actually. I am the only person doing burlesque in that show.
Is booty guaranteed?
Definitely.
Kenon, who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
Hi, I'm Daybreakathon. You can find me streaming stuff here on Twitch over at Daybreakathon. I have recently been tripping and stumbling my way through Skyrim, finally doing quest lines for the first time in my life. Aside from that, I've written a couple of fantasy novels that you ought to check out. What else did I do? I drew the character art for Slip and Canoon. Also my dog says hi.
Hello, doggy. Elias, who are you? What do you do? Do you do things? Let's find out.
I am Naskavian. I play as Elias, and I play One Table of Horrors every Friday. We're snake.
I got donuts.
I found a danger noodle a couple days ago.
What type?
I'll tell you after stream.
Okay.
If it's not a handbag or a pair of shoes, it's evil. Check out the links down below for past episodes over on YouTube, our Twitter, our Discord. We are running a play-by-post very slowly and casually on Discord if you want to be a part of it. Myself, Daisy, and Slip are storytelling for it, so, you know, it's covered at most hours of the day. Next week, we have Nihon Nights, same time, same day, same channel. We also have the second episode of London After First Light. That is the day before. You can check out Discord for the links, which will be localized to your time zone. It's a little bit later than this one, and that's with a different cast, so tune in for that. I am, it's at the moment, it's a slow battle between whether or not I'm going to have a week's worth of TTRPG content ready for Halloween week, or if I'm going to have slashed my wrists beforehand. We'll see which happens first. Right now it's 50-50. Thank you for joining us. We will go a raiding on... Oh, that's a fucking great name. Let's see if we can go a raiding on them. The Geek Slays, who are playing Vampire the Masquerade. Yes, they still are. So, give them a raid. Thank you all for coming. We'll see you, hopefully, next week. But legally, we are not allowed to go until... from out in the wilderness, among the birds, the bees, and the trees. Kenun, says the line.
Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world! The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best, like all conviction, and the worst are filled with passionate intensity.